Chapter 4740. Those who attacked Lu Ming and the others in the sky were definitely peak demon lord existences. They were very powerful, and there were quite a number of them. "Leave it to me." Bone Demon roared and rushed up. He didn't use the source-level divine weapon, and his pitch-black palms continuously slashed out. Bang! 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 Many explosions sounded in succession. Bone Demon's figure landed back on the ground, completely fine. As for the peak demon lord in the sky, he was knocked back explosively. Only now did Lu Ming realize that there were a total of 7 peak demon lord figures in the sky, but facing Bone Demon, they were completely at a disadvantage. At the same time, Lu Ming also discovered that these demons were very different from the demons that Lu Ming had seen before. These demons were only slightly taller than humans, and their figures were also more slender. At the same time, their appearance was closer to humans. The demons that Lu Ming had encountered before all had wide mouths and fangs, and their faces were ferocious. But these demons didn't. Their appearance was almost no different from humans. It was just that they still had a pair of demon wings on their backs. And their eyes were all purple. Purple-eyed demon race. Lu Ming understood that these people should be one of the 4 royal demon races, the purple-eyed demon race. These people were indeed not controlled by the celestial race. At this moment, these 7 demons looked at Bone Demon in shock. Bone Demon's strength was too strong. The 7 of them working together were actually not his match. What powerful strength. Looks like a top lord of heaven from the heavenly palace has come. Very good. Killing you all will be a great loss to the heavenly palace. Not far away, a cold voice came. Following that, a group of people stepped on the air and came over. This group of people had a total of over 100 people. They were all purple-eyed demons, and each demon emitted a terrifying aura. Demon Lord, over 100 people, and they were all demon lord existences. Lackeys of the heavenly palace, kill. One of the demon lords stepped out, holding a pitch-black demon blade in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The demon wings on his back flapped, and his figure was like a bolt of black lightning, pouncing towards Bone Demon. This person actually wanted to fight Bone Demon alone. The demonic saber slashed out, and the terrifying saber light went straight for the Bone Demon's head. The Bone Demon was fearless. It faced the enemy with its bone palm, striking out with a palm. With a clang, the bone palm and the demonic saber collided, causing a violent explosion. The demon lord's body trembled violently, and he retreated rapidly. The demonic saber in his hand actually had a hole in it. That was a main-grade divine weapon, not a source-grade divine weapon. You want to fight me alone? How naive. You're simply displaying your slight skill before an expert. Guo snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the other party. His bone palms struck out continuously, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. The surrounding purple-eyed abyssals were all shocked. That devil master who attacked was a top-notch devil master in the devil clan. Among the devil masters, there weren't many who could match him. However, he wasn't a match for Guo at all. The other party's strength was too shocking. In fact, it wasn't that this demon lord wasn't strong. On the contrary, his strength was astonishing. His combat power was almost on par with the strongest 4 Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace. Even if it was a little lacking, it wouldn't be too far off. However, it was a pity that he was restrained by Guo. Guo was the ancestor of the demonic path, and abyssals were also abyssals. The other party's demonic chi was restrained by Guo, and his combat power couldn't be displayed at all. Even if Guo didn't use a divine weapon, he could still easily defeat the other party. Let's attack together. Why talk about fairness with the heavenly palace's trash? Yes, let's attack together. The other abyssals roared. Suddenly, more than a dozen abyssals pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, stop. We're not from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming roared. Don't try to quibble. Do you think we'll believe you? Kill them. More than a dozen abyssals instantly closed in on Lu Ming and the others. They exploded with terrifying attacks, pouring towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Lu Ming had no choice but to attack. He took out the war god's spear and clashed with two peak devil masters, blocking their attacks. At the same time, Dandan, Wan Shen, and Xian Yanqing also attacked. The tortoise shell behind Dandan's back rapidly expanded. The tortoise shell was covered with dense runes. These runes were very small, and mortals couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Countless tiny runes intertwined with each other to form different formations. These didn't exist before. Clearly, Dandan had obtained them from the myriad transformations ruins. One of the rune arrays emitted a resplendent light. In the sky, several huge shields suddenly appeared. The attacks of several peak devil masters bombarded these shields, but they didn't break through. Ha ha ha, I'll let you have a taste of my array from the last era. Dandan laughed proudly. On the other side, Xian Yanqing was fighting several peak devil masters alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Roar! Wan Shen roared, and his body rapidly expanded. His blood boiled, and his muscles bulged. With a punch, he blasted away the attack of a peak devil master. Wan Shen's divine power has mutated. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wan Shen's divine power was originally one of the strongest among the primordial divine powers. But now, it had mutated and become even more terrifying. Just like she's divine power had also mutated. However, Wan Shen's mutated divine power seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than she's. Guo was only a 7th level divine master, but he could fight a peak devil master alone. In terms of combat strength, although he was slightly inferior to Lu Ming, he wasn't far off. The surrounding evil demons were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others was too strong. Each and every one of them was a freak. When did the Heavenly Palace produce so many freaks? We can't let these people go. Take this opportunity to kill them all. We'll definitely make the Heavenly Palace suffer heavy losses. Yes, attack. More evil demons roared and wanted to attack together to kill Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, you've misunderstood. We're not from the Heavenly Palace. We're from Heaven Destroyer. We're here to cooperate with you. Lu Ming continued to roar. Bullshit, who would believe you? A evil demon who was fighting with Lu Ming roared and continued to attack. Stop. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power. After it rang out, all the evil demons stopped and retreated. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young evil demon. Moreover, it was a woman. This woman was almost no different from a human. She had a graceful figure and looked like she was bursting with divine material. She wore a long purple dress and had a pair of purple gem-like eyes. Even among humans, she would be a peerless beauty. However, Lu Ming was sure that she was an evil demon. Although the evil demon wings on her back were retracted, the aura she emitted was definitely that of an evil demon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level divine master realm. Princess, these people must be the peerless geniuses that the Heavenly Palace carefully nurtured. Shouldn't we get rid of them? An evil demon asked. They might not be from the Heavenly Palace. They just said that they're from Heaven Destroyer. The young woman smiled. Chapter 47-41. The young woman's smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. It wasn't hard to tell that she was the princess of the purple-eyed fiend race. Princess, don't trust them so easily. Some fiends advised. You're right. The fiend princess nodded and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you have any way to prove that you're not from the Heavenly Palace but from the Heaven Destroyer? Is there a need to prove it? The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. I'm a primitive divine spirit. How can I be from the Heavenly Palace? Wan Shen shouted. You're right. The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. You're also a primitive divine spirit, but there are more than one primitive divine spirits controlled by the heavenly human race in history. The fiend princess smiled. Wan Shen was speechless. Then, what about the forbidden body? Lu Ming asked. Forbidden body? The fiend princess' eyes lit up. I've heard that the forbidden body and the heavenly human race are enemies. Could it be that one of you is a forbidden body? I'm a forbidden body. Lu Ming said. You're a forbidden body. Almost all the fiends looked at Lu Ming. Princess, we've never seen a forbidden body. We can't tell if he's a forbidden body, a fiend said. You're right. These fiends were really cautious. Lu Ming was speechless. But it was understandable. Now that the fiends were in danger, anyone would be more cautious. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're from the Heaven Destroyer? If you can, we can sit down and talk. The fiend princess said. Easy. Lu Ming smiled and took out a rest image stone calmly. When they were fighting for the human king's body in the world of light, everyone was suppressed to the first level of the Divine Master realm. Many people secretly recorded the battle with the rest image stone, especially the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Back then, Fei Huang had also seen the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. That was how she figured out the true identity of the Yi Immortal. In order to study Yi Immortal's Genesis techniques, Lu Ming had made a copy of them. Now, they could finally be put to good use. An image appeared on the breathing shadow stone. It was an image of his battle with the heavenly human tribe. Looking at this scene, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was a member of Heaven Destroyer. This was because it couldn't be faked, as both sides had several thousand divine masters on their side. They really are Heaven Destroyer's men. The surrounding demons finally retracted their auras. The demon princess, accompanied by several experts, walked towards Lu Ming and the others. I'm sorry, there was a misunderstanding just now. The demon princess said. I understand. If it were us, we would also be so cautious. Lu Ming said, putting away the rest shadow stone. I'm Zi Xian. How should I address you? The demon princess said. Lu Ming and the others reported their names. Everyone, how did you enter this place? Won't the people of the Heavenly Palace stop you? In history, no one outside the Heavenly Palace has ever entered this place. Zi Xian asked curiously. Now that the world has changed, the Heavenly Palace has deployed all the experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base. They are not on guard against the Dark Universe. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained the current situation of the primitive universe. I see. I didn't expect the situation to be so tense. Zi Xian's face also became serious. Princess Zi Xian, since you are not controlled by the demon ancestor insect, why don't you take the opportunity to attack? The Heavenly Palace is not on guard now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ming said. If the demons could attack, they would be able to restrain part of the Heavenly Palace's forces, and the Heaven Destroyer would have more chances to turn the situation around. It's not that we don't want to attack, but we can't. Zi Xian sighed. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Do you think we are not affected by the demon ancestor insect? None of the demons in the Dark Universe can escape the demon ancestor insect's influence. We can only suppress it with a special method, but we can't suppress it for too long. Every once in a while, we have to enter a specific place to suppress it again. Otherwise, we will be completely eroded by the demon ancestor insect. Zi Xian smiled bitterly. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others' hearts sank. It turned out that the purple-eyed demons were also eroded by the demon ancestor insect. They could only suppress it with a special method, but they could not leave for a long time. Then, wouldn't no one be able to restrain the Heavenly Palace? What is the demon ancestor insect? Is there a way to completely remove it? Lu Ming asked. There is. Zi Xian said. What is it? Maybe we can help. Lu Ming said. Zi Xian seemed to have thought of something, and her purple eyes suddenly brightened. Speaking of the demon ancestor insect, We have to start from the source. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to Modu? Zi Xian said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. They, the Heaven Destroyer, had no enmity with the myriad demons. On the contrary, they had a common enemy. He believed that the purple-eyed demons would not harm them. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others followed Zi Xian and the others to Modu. Modu was the capital of the purple-eyed demons. Its full name was Purple-Eyed Demon City. On the way, they learned that the Origin Realm experts of the purple-eyed demons had sealed themselves because of the Origin Tribulation. Now, the purple-eyed demons were temporarily managed by Zi Xian. Zi Xian naturally had brothers and sisters, but Zi Xian was the most talented of them all. She was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the purple-eyed demons. Her prestige in the purple-eyed demons was very high. Soon, they arrived at Modu. Zi Xian set up a banquet. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. We also verified many times before we finally found the origin of the demon ancestor insect. If our deduction is correct, the demon ancestor insect should be refined by the heavenly human race using the flesh of the demon ancestor and some other materials using a unique method. Zi Xian explained. The flesh of the demon ancestor? How did it fall into the hands of the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you know the origins of the heavenly human race and us demons? Zi Xian glanced at Lu Ming and asked. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Not only him, but Xianyanqing, Guemo, Dandan, and Wanshan also shook their heads. Then, they looked at Zi Xian expectantly, wanting to hear some secrets from her. There's nothing to hide. The heavenly human race and the demon race are from the previous era. Zi Xian said. What? Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others were all shocked. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. The heavenly human race and the demon race were actually from the previous era. Were they a great clan from the previous era? Were they residents of the primitive continent? Had they experienced the change of era and passed down until now? It was simply inconceivable. Legend had it that at the end of the previous era, a great war broke out in the primitive continent. The primitive continent shattered and everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. The entire universe was turned into ruins. The heavenly human race and the demon race actually survived? Chapter 47-42. In the previous era, the Eldritch continent was dominated by the human tribe, the demon tribe, and the sorcerer tribe. These three tribes almost ruled the entire Eldritch continent. Among them, the human race was the most powerful. The monster race and the Wu people might not be as powerful as the human race. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were actually the servants of the human race. Zi Xian continued to explain. Her words were simply astonishing. Lu Ming and the rest were dumbfounded. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were the servants of the human race in the last era. Don't be surprised. It's recorded in the ancient books of the fiend race. Besides, the heavenly human race wasn't called the heavenly human race at first, but the demi-human race. They changed their name to the heavenly human race in the new era. It means the sky of the human race. How ridiculous. Do they think that a name can change the fact that they used to be servants? Zi Xian sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that there were so many secrets hidden behind. What they knew before was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Later on, an earth-shattering war broke out in the primitive universe. The primitive continent was shattered, producing a destructive energy that wiped out all living beings. The heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were lucky, and only a portion of their people survived. Zi Xian continued. Legend has it that when the untainted land was destroyed in the last era, even the transcendents died and all living beings were destroyed. How did the fiend race and the heavenly human race survive? Lu Ming asked curiously. We were just lucky. Zi Xian said casually as if she didn't want to talk about it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he didn't ask more. He knew that Zi Xian was hiding something, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask more. After all, this was someone else's territory. Some of the ancestors of the Devil clan participated in the Great War on the primitive continent and died there. Most of them were left somewhere in the ruins of the universe and were found by the heavenly humans. Then, they were refined into devil bugs. The bloodlines of fiends are extremely strict. The demonic ancestral insects they refine from the flesh of fiend progenitors possess an extremely great suppressive effect on younger fiends like us. That's why we're so easily corroded. Even reciprocity existences struggle to resist because it's a suppression that originates from the bloodline. Zi Xian continued to explain. Lu Ming and the others finally understood the origin of the demonic ancestral insects. The demonic ancestral insect was refined by the heavenly human tribe using the flesh and blood of the demonic ancestral insect that had died in the primordial continent during the last era. Why do you demons have a feud with the heavenly human race? Logically speaking, you were once the subordinates of the desolate human race. This time, it was Xian Yanqing who asked. In fact, this was also the question that Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others wanted to ask. That's because the heavenly human race is despicable and shameless. They trapped my race in this dark universe. Flames of hatred burned in Zi Xian's eyes. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Were the fiends not originally in the dark universe because of the heavenly human race? Speaking of this, it's a very long story. It's also related to why my purple-eyed fiend clan was able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect. Zi Xian continued. Lu Ming and the others perked up their ears to listen. The reason why the purple-eyed fiends were able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect's corrosion was because we had the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. Zi Xian explained. The powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were still puzzled. They discovered that what they were hearing today was something they had never heard of before. That's right, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. As the name implies, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal comes from the demonic ancestral blood crystal. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the fiend clan's most precious treasure. According to legends, it's related to the birth of the fiend clan. It's incomparably ancient and is the fiend clan's foundation and source. It's even older than the fiend clan's primogenitors. My clan blends the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder into water and soaks us in it. Borrowing the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder, we can suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Zi Xian explained. Lu Ming and the others understood. The reason why the demonic ancestral insect could corrode the fiend clan was because it was refined from the flesh of the fiend clan's primogenitor. The demonic ancestral blood crystal could suppress the fiend clan's primogenitor in terms of level. Therefore, it could suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Unfortunately, the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. After being diluted with water, its power has weakened greatly. It can't destroy the demonic ancestral insect in our body. It can only suppress it for a short period of time. After a while, the demonic ancestral insect in our body will become active again. We have to enter the water again and borrow the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder to suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Zi Xian sighed. You mean, if the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder isn't too diluted, it can completely destroy the demonic ancestral insect in your body? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, the amount of demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. Moreover, there are too many clansmen. We can't just use it to save a few people and ignore the majority. Zi Xian said. Then, how can we obtain more demonic ancestral blood crystal powder? Or, how can we obtain a complete demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. This is what I want to tell you. It's about the origin of the grudge between the fiend clan and the heavenly human clan. In fact, the demonic ancestral blood crystal is in the dark universe. Zi Xian said. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others' eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. They knew that Zi Xian would continue. After the previous era ended and the era changed, it evolved into the current primitive universe. The Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan were lucky enough to survive. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Human clan obtained the Fiend clan's supreme treasure, the demonic ancestral blood crystal. They didn't return the demonic ancestral blood crystal to the Fiend clan. Instead, they placed the demonic ancestral blood crystal in the Dark Universe and sent the news to the 4 royal demon clans. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the Fiend clan's supreme treasure. The 4 royal demon clans wanted to control it in their own hands. Therefore, the 4 royal demon clans led all the Fiend clan members and rushed into the Dark Universe to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. When the 4 royal demon clans and their subordinates entered the Dark Universe, the Heavenly Human clan took the opportunity to block the entrance and prevent the Fiend clan from returning to the primitive universe. They also killed all the remaining Fiend clan members in the primitive universe. In the beginning, the 4 royal demon clans didn't pay attention because they wanted to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The exit had been completely blocked. The Heavenly Human clan sent a large number of powerhouses to guard it. The Fiend clan fought each other for the demonic ancestral blood crystal and suffered great losses. They wanted to rush out, but it was already too late. After Zi Xian's explanation, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others finally had a general understanding of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. They also knew why the Fiend clan members stayed in the Dark Universe. Chapter 47-43. According to Zi Xian, the Fiend race was stronger than the Celestial race at the beginning of this epoch. But because the 4 royal races fought each other, their strength weakened rapidly. In the end, their overall strength became weaker than the Celestial race, and they were blocked in the Dark Universe by the Celestial race. Then, what about the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal? Which race did it end up in the hands of the 4 royal races? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, no one got it. Zi Xian shook her head and sighed. The treasure box that contained the blood crystal of the demon ancestor had long been enchanted by the Human King. When the 4 royal demon clans were fighting for it, they accidentally triggered the enchantment on the treasure box. The enchantment opened and covered all directions. All the demons that were enveloped by the enchantment were turned into ashes. Many of the experts of the 4 royal races died under the seal. A seal set up by the Human King? The Human King. Lu Ming's heart trembled. You already know that the Fiend race was once the servants of the human race. The seal set up by the Human King is extremely effective against the Fiend race. So, even if the demon ancestor blood crystal is somewhere in the Dark Universe, and every Fiend knows where it is, they can't get it. As long as they step into the range of the seal, they will be turned to ashes. This is the same for the Celestial race. There were Celestial race members who once stepped in and wanted to take away the demon ancestor blood crystal, but they were also turned to ashes. Zi Xian said. Oh, there were Celestial race members who wanted to take away the demon ancestor blood crystal? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. The Celestial race wanted to cut off the Fiend race's path of retreat, so they couldn't cultivate. Zi Xian said. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others were even more curious. Zi Xian seemed to have guessed what Lu Ming and the rest were thinking. She continued, Are you curious about how the demon clan is trapped in the Dark Universe and can't enter the ruins of the universe to search for resources? How do the Almighty Realm and the Origin Realm cultivate and advance? Lu Ming and the others immediately nodded. Actually, this question had been hidden in Lu Ming's heart for a long time. In the primitive universe, once one's cultivation reached the godly master realm, one would have to enter the universe's ruins to search for resources to increase their cultivation. For example, the Great Desolation Crystal and the main-level Divine Medicine could help Divine Masters improve. Treasures that contained origin imprints could help reciprocity experts increase their cultivation. None of these existed in the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any in the Dark Universe. How did the demons improve? If they couldn't improve, the demons would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace a long time ago. It's still because of the ancestral Fiend blood crystal. Although the treasure box containing the demon ancestor's blood crystal is covered with a spirit formation that prevents us from approaching it, the aura of the demon ancestor's blood crystal is still leaking out non-stop. It's affecting a very large area around it. The area within billions of miles of the ancestral devil blood crystal is affected by the ancestral devil blood crystal, producing a type of bloodstone. Even if a devil lord realm abyssal were to absorb this bloodstone, their cultivation would increase. And within the bloodstone, there's an extremely high chance of producing a bloodstone of an extremely high grade. Even for reciprocity experts, it's extremely helpful. It's like treasures with origin imprints. The celestial race had never thought of this. They originally wanted to trap the demon race in the dark universe. Without resources, the demon race would become weaker and weaker, eventually being destroyed by them. However, they never thought that the blood crystal would have such an effect. Later on, they regretted it. They wanted to take the blood crystal away, but it was already too late. They couldn't even approach the blood crystal. Zi Xian sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. So that was how it was. The heavens were truly clear. The cycle of cause and effect was truly unpredictable. In the past few years, the demon race has slowly recovered a sliver of vitality through the bloodstone produced by the blood crystal. If it weren't for the deep enmity between the four royal races, our strength wouldn't be much weaker than the heavenly palace. Zi Xian sighed. After a moment of silence, she said again, "All right, I've pretty much told you the history of the enmity between the celestial race and the demon race. This time, I want to ask for your help in retrieving the blood crystal." Lu Ming was shocked. He said, "Even the experts of the celestial race and the demon race failed. Do you think we can do it with just the few of us? I can't say for the others, but the two of you might be able to do it because you're both humans." Zi Xian's gaze moved between Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The barrier was cast down by the human king. The celestial race and the demon race possess terrifying killing power, but they might not be able to harm humans. It's a pity that our demon race is trapped in the dark universe and can't leave. As a result, we haven't been able to find human experts to help us all these years. Zi Xian sighed. The demon race can't find human help, but can't the celestial race? Perhaps the celestial race has already tried to find human experts. Lu Ming said. The celestial race had controlled the universe for countless years. It was very easy for them to find a few human experts to help them during this period. Impossible. The celestial race has already approached the ancestral fiend blood crystal once. After that, the four royal demon races sent a large number of experts to guard around the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The celestial race never had a chance to get close to the ancestral fiend blood crystal again. Lu Ming, think about it. Only by getting the ancestral fiend blood crystal can our race completely get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the celestial race. Only then can the heaven destroyer be saved. Zi Xian said. Okay, I'll help you get the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Lu Ming agreed almost without hesitation. Because there was no way out now. If they couldn't help the demon race get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the heavenly palace, the heaven destroyer's crisis wouldn't be resolved. For the time being, this was the only way to go. Good, good. You rest for 2 days. 2 days later, we'll set off. Zi Xian said. She raised her wine cup and gave a toast to Lu Ming and the others. 2 days later, Zi Xian led a group of experts to the location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal was originally at the intersection of the four royal races' territories. The four royal races had sent experts to guard it and each of them occupied a territory to mine the bloodstones. However, because of the ancestral fiend worm, 2 of the 4 royal races have been controlled by the celestial race. Only the silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race have managed to suppress the ancestral fiend worm because they have kept some of the ancestral fiend worm's powder. They can still control themselves and move freely. Now, only the silver-winged race and purple-eyed race have experts guarding the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Zi Xian said. Silver-winged race? Will we be stopped by the silver-winged race when we go there? Lu Ming asked. No, the four royal races are actually divided into two factions and they are fighting against each other. The silver-winged race and purple-eyed race are allies. Once we get the ancestral fiend blood crystal, we can get rid of the ancestral fiend worm of both races. At that time, both of our races will send troops to deal with the celestial race. Zi Xian said. Chapter 47-44. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. If the two demon royal families send out their troops at the same time, he would be more confident in dealing with the heavenly palace. It seemed like they had to get the ancestral demon blood crystal. Actually, at the beginning, the four demon royal families had some ancestral demon blood crystal powder. However, the other two families had used it up due to other reasons. The silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race had kept it. It could only be said that they were under the ancestral demon's protection. Zi Xian sneered. Her voice was mocking as if she was mocking the other two demon royal families. The dark universe was vast and boundless. Although it was not as vast as the universe, it was still extremely shocking. They took a few days to arrive at the location of the ancestral demon blood crystal. It was a vast and boundless plain. The ancestral demon blood crystal was in the center of the plain. Even from far away, they could see the light in the center of the plain. The barrier on the ancestral demon blood crystal covers a radius of 100,000 miles. We can't get close. Zi Xian said. At this moment, a group of demons flew over. Zi Xian, are they the human experts that you mentioned? A burly demon asked. This demon's eyes were not purple like Zi Xian's but black. However, his demon wings were silver as if they were made of silver and had a metallic texture. He looked very similar to a human and was not as ferocious. The silver-winged race. Lu Ming and the others knew that this was most likely one of the four demon royal families, the silver-winged race. That's right, Yin Kong. They are human experts from the Heaven Destroyer. I have sent someone to inform you of the details. I believe you already know. Zi Xian said. Understood. Let's go. Yin Kong nodded. The group of people headed toward the center of the plain. Soon, they were close to the center of the plain. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others stopped. If they continued forward, they would be close to the barrier. The ancestral demon blood crystal is in that treasure box. They stood in the sky and Zi Xian pointed ahead. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, it was easy for them to see things 100,000 miles away. As expected, there was a treasure box floating in the air 100,000 miles away. A light barrier emanated from the treasure box, enveloping an area of 100,000 miles. This light barrier was a barrier set up by the human monarch. Shao Qin, you guys stay here. I'll go alone. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Wan Shen, and the others. No, I want to go with you. Xian Yanqing immediately shook his head. Yes, let's go together. The more people there are, the higher the chances. The myriad god added. No, you can't go. You're not humans. You'll be in great danger if you go. Lu Ming immediately refused. The celestial race and the abyss devils couldn't cross the barrier. The Dandan, the myriad god, and the bone demon weren't humans. The consequences of crossing the barrier were unpredictable. I am a human. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming stubbornly. In the end, Lu Ming sighed. He knew that he couldn't persuade Xian Yanqing. He pulled Xian Yanqing's hand and said with a smile, then let's go together. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and flew forward. As he flew, he took Qiuqiu and handed it to the bone demon for safekeeping. Although they were humans, they didn't dare to be careless. The two of them were covered in layers of defensive energy, raising their defenses to the limit. At the same time, they were highly focused. If they sensed something wrong, they would immediately retreat. A moment later, the two of them charged into the barrier. They were fine. After the two of them charged into the barrier, they weren't attacked, nor were they turned to ashes. The abyss devils were overjoyed. They're really fine. That's great. Huh, our race is saved. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others were overjoyed. As abyss devils, they would immediately be attacked by the barrier and turn to ashes the moment they stepped into the barrier. It didn't matter how strong they were. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing were completely fine. Sure enough, they guessed correctly. The barrier set up by the human monarch wouldn't attack humans. However, in reality, it wasn't that nothing happened at all as they imagined. The moment Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing stepped into the area where the barrier was, they felt a powerful pressure pressing down on them. Fortunately, with the two of their cultivation, it wasn't difficult to resist this pressure. Go! Lu Ming gave a light shout, his power erupting as he charged forward. With one step, he was 100 miles away. Xian Yinxing's speed was also extremely fast, not much slower than Lu Ming. In less than a minute, the two of them charged out a distance of 50,000 miles. But after arriving here, the two of their speed became slower and slower. Because the closer they got to the treasure box, the greater the pressure they suffered. Arriving here, they could no longer maintain their previous speed. They could only reduce their speed and advance slowly. Outside the barrier, Zi Xian and the others also saw the problem. It seems that although they weren't attacked by the barrier, they seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Zi Xian said, "It should be. Based on the situation, the closer they are to the treasure box, the greater the pressure. Let's hope they can reach the bottom." Yin Kong sighed. All the evil demons had grave expressions, afraid that Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing wouldn't reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing slowed down and maintained a constant speed. The distance between them and the treasure box was also constantly shrinking. 50,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 30,000 miles, soon, they were less than 10,000 miles away from the treasure box. However, when they stepped within 10,000 miles, the pressure on them suddenly increased. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing's bodies couldn't help but sway. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others' hearts also trembled along with Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing's bodies. "Little Qing, can you still hold on?" Lu Ming asked. "This little bit of pressure is nothing." Xian Yinxing smiled and continued to move forward. A faint devil's steel appeared on her body, breaking through the heavy pressure. That was the immeasurable devil's steel. "I must reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. This is the only way to resist the heavenly palace." Lu Ming roared in his heart, and the battle symbol art's ninefold battle power erupted. Forbidden power circulated crazily as he continued to move forward. 10,000 miles, 9,000 miles, 8,000 miles, the distance between them continued to shrink, and in the end, they entered the range of 1,000 miles. Within the range of 1,000 miles, the pressure rose sharply. Bang! Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing's bodies shook violently, and they retreated several steps. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others' hearts shook violently, and their faces paled. "Can't we break through?" Zi Xian whispered, and despair flashed in her eyes. If they couldn't obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal, the evil demons would face the end of the world. Their remaining demon ancestor blood crystal powder wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. As time passed, the power of the demon ancestor blood crystal powder would be exhausted, and they would no longer be able to suppress the demon ancestor insect. At that time, they would also be corroded by the demon ancestor insect and become the heavenly human tribe's puppets. That would be worse than death. Chapter 47-45. "I don't believe it. Break for me." Xian Yinxing bellowed. The immeasurable devil's steel appeared above her head, and a powerful energy rushed into Xian Yinxing's body. Bang! 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 Xian Yinxing took several steps forward, entering the range of 1,000 li. When Xian Yinxing entered the range of 1,000 li, her body shook violently as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Even the immeasurable devil's steel shook violently. Xian Yinxing staggered backward again, vomiting a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. "Little Qing, don't force yourself. Leave the rest to me." Lu Ming said to Xianyinqing. Then, he also stepped forward. When he took a step forward, he circulated his strength to the limit, and even the origin energy inside the origin seed burst out. Bang! He also stepped into the range of 1,000 li. In an instant, an earth-shattering power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he roared angrily, trying his best to resist this power. If only I had the human king's body with me. At this time, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The barrier here was laid down by the human king. If the human king's body was with him, he could probably break the barrier here and successfully obtain the archdevil ancestor's blood crystal. But now, the human king's body was with Fei Huang, and it had sealed itself along with her. At that time, who would have thought that something like this would happen? If he had known, Lu Ming would have brought the human king's body with him. But it was too late for regrets now. Now, he could only rely on himself. Break! Lu Ming roared, and he circulated his strength to the limit. Dots of light appeared on his body, and these dots of light connected to each other, forming a door. Behind the door, a yellow muddy road appeared, leading to the depths of darkness. On the yellow muddy road, there was a pool of fresh blood. At this time, the pool of blood suddenly emitted a bright light, as if there was a force rushing forward. In an instant, the pressure on Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the pressure from the outside world disappear? Was it because of this pool of blood? Just now, this pool of blood emitting a bright light had been successfully captured by Lu Ming. That's right, it must be because of this pool of blood. What was the origin of this pool of blood that it was so mysterious? This was the second time. The first time, when Lu Ming was in the immortal burial sea of blood in the Thousand Autumns battlefield, he was in a desperate situation and entered a mysterious state. At that time, there was a strange movement in the pool of blood. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his combat ability to soar, and he killed a powerful enemy in one fell swoop. And now, the pool of blood had changed again. But this time, it was different. This time, Lu Ming did not enter that state. The bloodstains did not gush into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength did not increase. The bloodstains seemed to have only eliminated the external pressure. Why? Why did the pool of blood was drawn by the barrier? Lu Ming could not figure it out. However, now was not the time to think about this. Getting the demon ancestor blood crystal was more important. Without the pressure, Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the treasure box. In just an instant, Lu Ming arrived beside the treasure box. This, Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming, who looked like he could not bear it, suddenly increased his speed and rushed to the treasure box. The treasure box was half open. A fist-sized gem lay in the treasure box. The gem was blood red, as if it was condensed from blood. It emitted an ancient aura. This was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming reached out to open the treasure box. Without any obstruction, he took out the demon ancestor blood crystal from the treasure box. It was unobstructed. Swoosh! After getting the demon ancestor blood crystal, Lu Ming did not stop. He quickly retreated. He retreated for about 100,000 miles, but he was still within the boundary of the barrier. I got it. The demon ancestor blood crystal. It's really the demon ancestor blood crystal. I can feel the blood in my body boiling. How many years has it been? The demon ancestor blood crystal has finally appeared again. Ha ha ha. All the demons around were ecstatic and excited. They finally got the demon ancestor blood crystal. They were saved. All the demons stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Only a few people calmed down quickly, such as Zi Xian and Yin Kong. They saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the boundary of the barrier. A strange look flashed in their eyes. Brother Lu Ming, do you have any other conditions? Just say it. Zi Xian said. She was unusually intelligent. When she saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the barrier, she knew that Lu Ming most likely had other conditions. That's right. I do have a condition. When your two races walk out of the dark universe and head to the universe's starry sky, I hope that you will restrain your subordinates and not kill the innocent. Lu Ming said. After all, demons were evil, bloodthirsty, and greedy. Especially those ordinary demons. Once the demons entered the primitive universe, they would be like wild beasts that had escaped from their cages. They would probably hunt the creatures of the primitive universe without restraint. All living beings would become food for the evil demons, plunging them into misery and suffering. Although Lu Ming was not that kind, he did not want to see the entire universe suffer because of him. I can promise you that. Restrain your subordinates. After all, our enemy is only the heavenly human race. Zi Xian said. I can also promise you that. Yin Kong nodded. But Brother Lu, after all, there are many demons. It's impossible to completely restrain them. We can only try our best. There will still be some killings. Zi Xian said again. As long as you try your best to restrain them. Lu Ming nodded. It was impossible for the demons to enter the universe so peacefully. It would definitely cause a disaster. If he had a choice, Lu Ming did not want to let the demons enter the universe's starry sky. However, he had no other choice but to do so. Swoosh. Lu Ming moved and left the boundary. He came to Zi Xian and the others. Who will take care of the ancestral demon blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. We've already discussed it. The two races will take turns to take care of it. However, the most important thing now is to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Yin Kong, I'll bring the ancestral demon blood crystal back to Purple Eye Demon City. You guys immediately return to Purple Eye Demon City to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Zi Xian said. Alright, let's do that. Yin Kong said. Yin Kong immediately brought all the members of the Silver Wing clan back to the Silver Wing clan to gather their people. Meanwhile, Zi Xian brought Lu Ming and the others back to Purple Eye Demon City. There was a small lake in the north of Purple Eye Demon City. The lake was not big. It was only about 10 miles wide. The lake water was light red and there were many Purple Eye demons soaking in it. The ancestral demon blood crystals powder was mixed in the lake water. The demons in the lake were using the power of the ancestral demon blood crystals powder to suppress the ancestral demon worm in their bodies. Chapter 47-46. At this moment, the small lake was surrounded by purple-eyed demons. These demons stared at Zi Xian with burning eyes. They had heard that a few humans had helped Zi Xian bring back the ancestral demon blood crystal. They were saved. Under the gazes of countless demons, Zi Xian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. Is this the ancestral demon blood crystal? It must be. I can sense an ancient and lofty aura from it. It's as if I'm just a speck of dust in front of it. It must be the ancestral demon blood crystal. Many demons were discussing excitedly. Zi Xian carried the ancestral demon blood crystal and stepped into the air. She came to the center of the lake and slowly descended. She and the ancestral demon blood crystal sank into the lake. The moment the ancestral demon blood crystal entered the lake, strands of red energy spread out and fused into the lake. The color of the lake quickly darkened. It was originally light red, but it quickly turned dark red. Soon, all the lake water turned dark red, like blood. At this moment, the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed complicated expressions of pain and joy. On the shore, all the demons watched nervously. They prayed that it would be useful to destroy the ancestral demon worms. This process lasted for about an hour. After an hour, all the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed extremely comfortable expressions. Following that, black smoke rose from their bodies. When the black smoke dissipated, all the demons opened their eyes. Ha ha ha, the ancestral demon worms in my body are all gone. Me too. Not a single one of them is left. They're all destroyed. I've recovered. The ancestral demon blood crystal is really useful. The demons in the lake laughed wildly. They were extremely excited. Whoosh! The demons on the shore were also excited. They were wild with joy. They were saved. They were saved. The energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal could indeed completely destroy the ancestral demon worms. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demons in the lake rushed out of the lake and stood high in the sky. Zi Xian also rushed out of the lake with the ancestral demon blood crystal. She carefully observed the ancestral demon blood crystal and found that it had not changed. Its energy was still abundant. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were overjoyed. If the ancestral demon blood crystal was effective, then they had the power to deal with the heavenly palace. Heaven Destroyer. There was finally some hope. Next batch, enter the lake. Zi Xian's voice sounded. Splash. Splash, several figures dashed into the lake. The lake had a circumference of 10 miles, so it was quite easy for 100,000 demons to enter at once. About 100,000 demons entered the lake. This time, Zi Xian did not put the fiend ancestor blood crystal into the lake because the color of the lake was still very dark. The energy was still abundant. About an hour later, the second batch of 100,000 abyss devils that entered the lake also succeeded. The demon ancestor worms in their bodies were all wiped out. The ancestral demon blood crystals blood crystal demon ancestral demon worms. Demon. The ancestral demon worms demon worms the demons demon crystal demons. The fourth followed. Blood ran batch demon blood. After 5 batches, the lake's water finally faded. Zi Xian put the ancestral demon blood crystal back into the lake. Soon, the lake turned dark red again. As one of the 4 great royal races, the purple-eyed demons had a large population. Not to mention the side branches, just the main branch alone numbered in the billions. 100,000 per hour was too slow. It would take a few years to kill 1 billion purple-eyed demons. Not to mention the side branches and the silver-winged demons. It would take too long to eliminate all the ancestral demon worms. However, it was impossible not to eliminate all of them. As time passed, those demons would be completely corroded and controlled by the heavenly palace. That would be even more troublesome. Finally, they decided to find another place to eliminate the ancestral demon worms. They found a large lake. The lake had a radius of 100,000 miles. It was not difficult for billions of demons to enter at once. Zi Xian put the ancestral demon blood crystal into the large lake. The ancestral demon blood crystal immediately emitted strands of red energy. The lake water quickly turned red. In less than a day, the lake water within a radius of 100,000 miles had turned dark red. Zi Xian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. She found that the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy had only decreased a little. Compared to the vast energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal, it was just a drop in the ocean. Begin! Zi Xian shouted. Swish! Swish! Countless demons rushed into the lake. There were countless demons. There were at least billions of them. Billions of demons. It was simply overwhelming. An hour later, the ancestral demon worms and the billions of demons were eliminated by the energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal. There were cheers at the scene. Next was the silver-winged demon race. Yin Kong had already brought all the silver-winged demons here. The silver-winged demons also entered the lake and spent an hour to eliminate the ancestral demon worms in their bodies. Just like that, in just a few days, all the demons under the 2 great royal races had eliminated the ancestral demon worms. There was still a trace of the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy in their bodies. They were not afraid of the ancestral demon worms in the air. At least in the short term, they would not be corroded by the ancestral demon worms. The 2 great royal demon races naturally cheered and were wild with joy. They were even more grateful to Lu Ming and the others for being able to bring out the ancestral demon blood crystal. 3 days later. A large number of experts had gathered in the silver-winged demon's demon capital. Zi Xian brought a large number of purple-eyed demons experts here. Lu Ming and the others were naturally among them. This was because they were going to set off from here and kill their way into the primitive universe. The reason why they came to the silver-winged demon's demon capital was because the silver-winged demons had a supreme treasure called the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. This supreme treasure required a large number of experts to activate. It was extremely powerful. The most powerful thing was its defensive power. Once activated, its defensive power would be astonishing. They planned to ride the Demon Fortress of En Ruins and kill their way into the primitive universe. After all, the Heavenly Palace now controlled a large number of experts. There were more than 22,000 Divine Lord Realm experts. The total number of Divine Lord Realm demons that the purple-eyed demons and silver-winged demons could mobilize was only about 5,000. It was far less than the Heavenly Palace. It was very dangerous to rashly kill their way out. They needed a treasure like the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. According to En Kong, activating the Demon Fortress of En Ruins required 120,000 Demon Emperor Realm demons and 3,600 Demon Lord Realm demons. If the two great royal races worked together, they would be able to mobilize these demons. The Demon Emperor Realm was equivalent to the God Emperor Realm. The number of Demon Emperors in this realm was much higher than the Demon Lord Realm. Whether it was God Emperors or Demon Emperors, they were much easier to reach than Divine Lords or Demon Lords. The Divine Lord Realm was a huge hurdle. In the primitive universe, only 1 out of 100 God Emperors could break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Chapter 47-47. A huge metal fortress floated above the silver-winged demonic city. This was the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. Let's go. Let's go. En Kong and Zi Xian both gave their orders. Immediately, the experts of the two royal demon families flew towards the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. There were a total of 120,000 demon emperors and 5,000 demon lords. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others naturally followed them into the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. Not long after, the 120,000 demon emperors and 3,600 demon lords all arrived and began to activate the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. Rumble. The Demon Fortress of En Ruins roared and flew out, disappearing above the silver-winged demonic city in the blink of an eye. As it flew out, the Demon Fortress of En Ruins quickly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary room. The speed of the Demon Fortress of En Ruins was astonishing. Not long after, they flew across the boundless territory and arrived outside Southern Sky City, where the illusory Heavenly Palace cultivated in the dark universe. Of course, there was still some distance between them and the Heavenly Palace did not discover them. Lu Ming, En Yi, Zi Xian, and the others gathered together to discuss. This is the city built by the Heavenly Palace. Let's charge in and destroy them. That's right. Since the Heavenly Palace does not have a demon lord guarding it, destroying them will be a piece of cake. A few demon experts said. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. Those who could speak here were all top experts at the peak of the demon lord level and extremely powerful. I don't think it's appropriate. Lu Ming shook his head. Why is it inappropriate? A burly demon stared at Lu Ming. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had done them a great favor, he would have scolded him. If we attack here, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace will quickly receive the news and send experts to surround us. Lu Ming said. We have the Demon Fortress of En Ruins. Why should we be afraid of them? This time, we will kill our way into the primitive universe and fight the Heavenly Palace to the death. A burly demon roared. He looked like he wanted to kill the people from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming shook his head. It looked like most demons weren't good at using their brains. No wonder they had been toyed around by the heavenly human tribe and trapped in the dark universe for their entire lives. We abyss devils have always stayed in the dark universe. We're not familiar with the current situation of the primitive universe. However, Lu Ming and the others are much more familiar with it. Let's listen to their opinions. Zi Xian waved her hand, indicating for the other demons not to speak and to listen to Lu Ming. We have too few experts in a head-on confrontation, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. We need to maximize our value. As for the city in front of us, there are no experts at all. Even if we destroy it, it won't be a great loss to the heavenly human tribe. It won't affect the heavenly human tribe's overall battle strength at all. Lu Ming said. You're right. In that case, what should we do next? Zi Xian nodded and asked. Our biggest advantage now is that the heavenly human tribe doesn't know that you've gotten rid of the demon ancestor worm, so they don't guard against you at all. So, we need to do more things before they find out. It has to be something big, something more valuable than attacking this city. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, please continue. Zi Xian said. The other demons also came to their senses and nodded, agreeing that it was indeed so. I know that the heavenly palace has a heavenly prison where many prisoners are kept. Of course, these prisoners refer to the heavenly palace's prisoners. All of them have a deep grudge against the heavenly palace and the heavenly human tribe. There are many experts among them. If we let them out first, it will definitely be a headache for the heavenly palace. It will also definitely be able to reduce the combat strength of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming said. Heavenly prison? I see. Alright, then we'll listen to Brother Lu. After we get out, the first thing we'll do is to attack the heavenly prison. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others nodded in agreement. I have a spatial treasure that can temporarily hide the demon castle of Yin ruins and take it out quietly. It won't attract the attention of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Dandan, Xianyanqing, and the others left the demon castle of Yin ruins. Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins into the chaos ring. They quietly entered Nantian City and left the dark universe through Nantian City, returning to the primitive universe. After arriving in the primitive universe, Lu Ming took the demon castle of Yin ruins out of the chaos ring. Is this the primitive universe? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to come to the primitive universe in my lifetime. Is this the universe? It's so beautiful. All the abyss devils looked at the universe through the demon castle of Yin ruins, including Zi Xian. They were stunned for a moment. After a while, they came back to their senses. Lu Ming entered the demon castle of Yin ruins and discussed the next steps with Zi Xian and the others. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the heavenly prison. The demon castle of Yin ruins emitted strong ripples as it broke through space and rushed toward the heavenly prison. Each of the 4 heavenly palaces had an entrance to the heavenly prison. Lu Ming didn't know the entrances to the other 3 heavenly palace, but Lu Ming knew the entrance to the heavenly prison in the dreamy heavenly palace. The heavenly prison's entrance wasn't too far from the dark universe's entrance. It didn't take long for them to arrive. At this point, Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins back into the chaos ring. Only a few of them remained outside. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Dandan, Gu Mo, Wan Shen, Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and more than a dozen peak demon lords. There are some heavenly humans guarding the entrance. However, there's only one divine lord. The rest are all god emperors. A peak demon lord scanned the area with his spiritual consciousness. The heavenly humans around the heavenly prison's entrance had nowhere to hide. Obviously, there were more experts guarding this place in the past. However, the divine lords had been transferred away recently to attack the Heaven Destroyer. Only one divine lord was left to guard this place. Moreover, he wasn't very strong. Attack. Kill them as fast as you can. Don't alert the others. Zi Xian ordered. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming and the others turned into streaks of light and rushed toward a palace. Especially the dozen peak demon lords. Their speed was too fast. They rushed into the palace in a few breaths. In the palace, there was only one divine lord and a few dozen god emperors. Facing more than a dozen peak demon lords, the gap was too big. They couldn't resist at all. They were killed before they could even resist. By the time Lu Ming and the group entered the main hall, the entire main hall had already been taken over. Then, they gathered around the entrance. "Dandan, I'll leave the rest to you," Lu Ming said. This was because there was a rune array seal around the entrance. They wanted to open the seal without making a sound. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. This array is very simple. It won't take long for it to be broken silently." Dandan grinned and began to break the array. Chapter 47-48. This time, Dandan wasn't bragging. In just a little over an hour, Dandan broke the seal and opened the entrance to the heavenly prison. Next, Zi Xian left behind a few peak demon lord experts to guard the place. If there was anything wrong, they would send a message to them. As for the others, they all followed Lu Ming and the others into the heavenly prison. "Heavenly human tribe, you didn't expect me to return to the heavenly prison like this, did you?" Lu Ming stood in midair, looking at the vast land of the heavenly prison. His eyes shone brightly. The heavenly prison was still the same as before. The heart flame devil fire would constantly invade one's body, causing one's negative emotions to explode. In the end, the heart demon would erupt and cause one to go completely crazy. This was very similar to the infinite demon soul of the infinite demon abyss. The infinite demon soul could also trigger the negative emotions of living beings, causing their heart demon to erupt. In the end, they would be controlled by the heart demon and fall into madness. However, the heart flame devil fire's power was far inferior to the infinite demon soul. The infinite demon soul could easily affect even peak divine master existences. As for the heart flame devil fire, it had almost no effect on divine master existences. Lu Ming and the others easily blocked the attack of the heart flame devil fire. "Let's go." Lu Ming identified the direction and flew in a certain direction. Xianyanqing, Dandan, Zi Xian, and the others followed. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. The other abyss devils were in the demon castle of Yin ruins and were placed in the chaos ring by Lu Ming. It was more convenient to move with fewer people. However, after Lu Ming and the rest flew for a distance, they were stopped by someone. 8 figures blocked their path. "Hee, unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before. Are you new here? Then become our playthings." One of the elders sneered. These 8 people looked at Lu Ming and the others with eyes full of murderous intent, coldness, anticipation, and viciousness. Their eyes were blood red. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people had been attacked by the heart flame devil fire. Their negative emotions had erupted, and the evil side of their hearts had been completely revealed. They would do some perverted things. Why talk so much nonsense with them? "This chick is mine. I'll torture her well, ha ha ha." A burly man laughed wildly. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Xianyanqing, filled with greed. He laughed heartily as he charged towards Xianyanqing. A large hand reached out to grab Xianyanqing. 8th Great Supreme God Layer. The big man had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. He was one of the strongest cultivators in the prison. "You're courting death." Dandan sighed. He knew that the burly man was dead meat. Sure enough, when the burly man was about to approach Xianyanqing, an aura silently spread out from Xianyanqing's body. The burly man's body suddenly stiffened in the air, his eyes filled with fear. Then, like dust, his body was blown away by the wind and completely turned into ashes. The other 7 people opened their eyes wide. "What kind of despicable trick did you use?" shouted the gloomy old man. He was bewildered. "Get lost," shouted Lu Ming. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with them. His divine master realm aura burst out and pressed down on them. Plop, plop. The 7 people were pressed down by Lu Ming's aura and fell to the ground like raindrops. It's a divine. Divine Master, the 7 people screamed in fear. At that moment, the heart flame devil fire seemed to have disappeared. They felt cold all over. There was no ferociousness or murderous intent in their eyes, only fear. There was a divine master realm cultivator among them. Could it be that they weren't imprisoned? Could they be experts from the Heavenly Palace? Get lost! Shouted Lu Ming coldly. He withdrew his aura. Run! The 7 people felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stay any longer. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Lu Ming didn't kill them because he couldn't be bothered to. They were only affected by the heart flame devil fire. Moreover, if they were released later, they could affect the Heavenly Palace a little. This was just a small interlude. They continued their journey. After that, they would occasionally encounter those crazy people who would attack them, but they were easily dealt with by them. Those who were completely crazy were easily killed by them. As for those who still had a little bit of intelligence, as long as Lu Ming and the rest released a trace of aura, the other party would flee in horror. Lu Ming and the rest didn't spend too much time before they arrived at the place where the Sky Heart tribe used to live. When Lu Ming arrived, he realized that something was wrong. The place where the Sky Heart tribe lived was much more dilapidated than before. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and realized that the number of people in the Sky Heart tribe was much less than before. Moreover, many of them seemed to be in bad states. They had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire. Lu Ming immediately determined that the Sky Heart tribe members who were in bad states had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire. They were filled with tyrannical emotions. How could this be? The Sky Heart tribe was able to refine jades of the Heart Flame Devil Fire. Back then, Lu Ming had used jades of the heart to resist the invasion of the Heart Flame Devil Fire. How could the Sky Heart tribe members who could refine jades of the heart be invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that he was familiar with a few people. The clan leader of the Sky Heart tribe, Xian Fan. There was also an elder of the Sky Heart tribe, Xian Wu. Lu Ming was more familiar with these 2 people back then. They seemed to have gathered to discuss something. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted. In a flash, they disappeared from their original positions. In the next instant, they appeared in front of Xian Fan and the rest. Who are you? Xian Fan and the rest were shocked. They had not realized that someone was so close to them. Their hair stood on end and they instinctively retreated. Clan leader Xian Fan, elder Xian Wu, it's me. Lu Ming said. It's you, Mu Yun. Soon, Xin Fan and the rest saw Lu Ming clearly and exclaimed in shock. When Lu Ming first entered this place, he had used the name Mu Yun. When they saw that it was Lu Ming, Xian Fan and the rest calmed down. Mu Yun, why are you here again? Didn't the people of the heavenly human tribe say that you had escaped? Are you captured again? Xian Fan asked in astonishment. Everyone, Mu Yun is actually my alias. My real name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming explained. Lu Ming. Xian Fan and the rest nodded. They were not too surprised. It was normal to use an alias when roaming the outside world. There was nothing to be surprised about. I wasn't captured. I barged in on my own accord. Lu Ming said. What? Xian Fan and the rest were dumbfounded. Someone had barged into the heavenly prison on his own accord. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? They could not figure it out. Everyone, what's going on with the Sky Heart tribe? Also, all of you seem to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. Lu Ming said. He realized that Xian Fan, Xian Wu, and the rest seemed to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. They were not in the right state. It was just that their cultivation base was high enough to suppress it. Chapter 47-49. Sigh, we have to start from when Lu Ming left. Xian Fan sighed and continued to explain. It turned out that not long after Lu Ming and the 3rd demon sword had escaped, the heavenly human tribe had arrived and pinned the blame of Lu Ming and the 3rd demon sword's escape on the Sky Heart tribe. They had killed many members of the Sky Heart tribe. In the end, they discovered the secret of the Jades of Heart and took away all the Jades of Heart. They also ordered the Sky Heart tribe not to refine any more Jades of Heart. The heavenly human tribe would send people to investigate every once in a while. If they found that the Sky Heart tribe continued to refine Jades of Heart, they would kill some of the Sky Heart tribe members as punishment. The Sky Heart tribe had no choice but to do as they were told. All these years, many of the Sky Heart tribe members were tortured by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed like the Sky Heart tribe was implicated. However, he would save the Sky Heart tribe members this time to repay their kindness. Xian Fan, I promised you that I would save all of you if I had the chance. This time, I am here to bring all of you out. Lu Ming said. Bring us out? Xian Fan, Xian Wu, and the others were stunned. Lu Ming could bring them out. There were many powerful figures guarding the vicinity of the prison. There were quite a number of Almighty Realm experts. Would Lu Ming be able to bring them out? There is a huge change in the chaotic universe. There are no experts from the Heavenly Palace around the Heavenly Prison. Don't worry, we can enter and leave easily. Lu Ming said. Xian Fan and the others were still skeptical. They looked at Zi Xian and the others. Although Zi Xian and the others were evil demons, they looked no different from humans. Moreover, they kept their evil demon wings. Their cultivation was much higher than Xian Fan and the others. Therefore, Xian Fan and the others did not recognize Zi Xian and the others as evil demons. Don't you want to get out? Zi Xian said as a powerful aura emanated from her body. Almighty. Xian Fan and the others were shocked. They did not expect Zi Xian to be a almighty at such a young age. This time, Lu Ming actually brought a divine master powerhouse in. Could he really bring them out? Their eyes were filled with hope and a hint of excitement. Clan leader Xian Fan, I'll have to trouble you to quickly gather all the Sky Heart clansmen. Also, send someone to spread the news in the Heavenly Prison. Tell them that they can leave the Heavenly Prison and ask everyone to wait at the exit, Lu Ming said. Good, good. Xian Fan nodded repeatedly. Then, he instructed an elder to carry out the task. This was their only chance to escape, so they had to take the risk. Clan leader Xian Fan, I'm going to another prison. There are more experts locked up there. I want to save them all. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Elder Xian Fan and the others led Lu Ming to the entrance of another prison. Back then, this place had been sealed by chains formed by the power of void. Back then, it had taken Lu Ming many years to break the seal. But now, this place was sealed again. It was still the enormous chains, still the power of void destruction. The difference was that the number of chains had increased from 49 to 81. After you left, the experts of the Heavenly Human Tribe came and sealed this place again. I'm afraid it will take a long time to break it. Clan leader Xian Fan sighed. Back then, Lu Ming took 490 years to break the 49 chains. Now that there were 81 chains, how long would it take? They were a little worried. They were afraid that they would not be able to leave if they delayed too long. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the chains. As he did so, Lu Ming released his aura. Boom! The void was shrouded by Lu Ming's aura. Xian Fan, Xian Wu, and the others almost fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock. They exclaimed, Divine Master, it's the Divine Master. Gosh, he's definitely not an ordinary Divine Master. I've felt this aura before. He's an advanced Divine Master. Xian Fan and the others were shocked beyond words. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? Lu Ming had reached such a cultivation level. How did he cultivate? Was he still human? Lu Ming took a step forward and his body grew rapidly. Soon, he had turned into a huge figure. With a palm strike, forbidden energy surged out and rushed towards the chains. Lu Ming's current cultivation was many times more powerful than it had been in the past. When the chains formed by the void energy came into contact with the forbidden energy, they melted like snow meeting fire. In just a few breaths' time, the chains were refined. In the past, Lu Ming needed 10 years. Now, he only needed a few breaths' time. The main reason was that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not stop. Both of his palms struck out continuously. A vast taboo force gushed out continuously, refining the annihility chains continuously. In just a few minutes, all 81 chains had been refined. The entrance to the other great prison was revealed. Let's go. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Zi Xian, and the others rushed into the entrance and disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Xian Fan and the others gritted their teeth and followed. The other great prison did not seem to have changed much. In the vast universe, there were many huge corpses floating in the air. These corpses were mostly the corpses of divine masters. There were all kinds of races. There were corpses of the dragon race, phoenix race, sky heart race, heaven and earth race, primordial divine spirit race. Many races, had once been incomparably glorious in history, but now, they had all disappeared. Our divine masters, clan leader Xian Fan and the others looked distressed. Clan leader Xian Fan, how many divine masters did the sky heart race have in total? Lu Ming asked. When we were at our peak, we had close to 200 divine masters. However, when we were attacked by the heavenly human race, many of them died in battle. However, there are still more than 100 left. Clan leader Xian Fan said. However, there are only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the sky heart race, Lu Ming said. Young friend Lu Ming, are you saying that there might still be divine masters alive in our race? Xian Fan and the others' eyes lit up. It's just a guess. I can't guarantee it. Lu Ming said. This was something that he had already suspected before. Although there were many corpses floating in the great prison, there were only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the Sky Heart race. The Sky Heart race used to be one of the top 10 races. Naturally, they had more than a dozen divine masters. Where were the other divine masters? Were they all turned into ashes? Chapter 4750. After that, Lu Ming and the others searched carefully. As for the divine master corpses, Lu Ming did not plan to take them away. The main reason was that many of the divine master corpses were too big. For example, the corpses of some primordial gods were as big as planets. Although Lu Ming's primordial ring was not small, it could not take away so many corpses. He might as well leave them here. However, Lu Ming put away some broken divine weapons. Of course, most of these broken divine weapons were primary-grade divine weapons. It was almost impossible for them to be broken source-grade divine weapons because the heavenly human race would not leave them here. After circling around, they arrived at the region of black holes. There were some black holes in the universe here. Back then, the third demon's sword had been imprisoned in a black hole. Those who could be imprisoned in a black hole were definitely experts. There's a sealing power. Has it sealed itself? Lu Ming and the others passed by a black hole. From afar, they could see a stone coffin in the center of the black hole. There were some runes and formations on the coffin. They guessed that there was very likely an origin realm existence in the coffin, but it had sealed itself because of the origin tribulation. Then, they circled around again. There were many black holes here, but only a few of them seemed to have life inside. Most of the black holes might have things like stone coffins, but they might also be empty. This was because the power of the black holes was very shocking. Even divine masters would find it difficult to cross and would be torn apart. Even Lu Ming and the others found it difficult to enter with their current strength. Even if they forced their way in, it would be difficult for them to come out. Back then, Lu Ming had only been able to enter and leave because of the third demon's sword. These black holes are very likely to imprison origin realm existences. Zi Xian sighed. Lu Ming also sighed inside. He estimated that there were more than a dozen origin realm experts imprisoned in these black holes. Unfortunately, it was the origin tribulation now. Even if those Origin Realm experts did not die, they had used their remaining power to seal themselves. If it were in the past, they could think of a way to save these people. There doesn't seem to be any divine masters in this prison. There's nothing other than corpses. Xian Yanqing frowned. Maybe there are other prisons. Lu Ming said. This was because something wasn't right. Could it be that the celestial race had killed all of the divine master realm existences? According to the celestial human tribe's way of doing things, this shouldn't be the case. Perhaps there was a heavenly prison that was specially used to imprison divine masters. Perhaps these heavenly prisons were all connected. Let's look around carefully. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to search, not missing a single inch. Just like that, they searched for a few days and finally found something. Dandan discovered an anomaly in a certain area. It seemed to be the fluctuation of an array formation. Dandan used his technique, and as expected, a huge vortex appeared in the air. The vortex was sealed by chains. It was still a chain formed from the power of void. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. It was very likely that this was the passageway that led to another prison. Previously, it had been concealed by a concealment formation. If it weren't for Dandan's proficiency in formations, it wouldn't have been easy to find. Then, Lu Ming took action and used his forbidden power to break the void destruction chains. Then, they entered the vortex. Through the vortex, they entered an unfamiliar world. There was no heart flame demonic fire in this place. It was just that the divine chi of heaven and earth was somewhat dry. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate place. Look, there's a tower over there. Dandan shouted. The others also saw a tower in the distance. It was at least 100 zhang tall. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming said. Everyone flew toward the tower. As they got closer, everyone was shocked. It was a metal tower. The interior of the tower was hollow, and a figure could be seen floating in midair. His body was bound by metal chains, and the other end of the metal chains was connected to the metal tower. The bottom of the metal tower was hollow. It was a bottomless cave. There was a kind of flame constantly rushing out from the bottom, covering the figure in the metal tower. Heart flame demonic fire. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the flame rushing out from the bottom of the metal tower was heart flame demonic fire. It was just that the density of the heart flame demonic fire was many times denser than the heavenly prison of the sky heart race. Since the heart flame demonic fire was so many times denser, its might would definitely be much stronger as well. Even divine lords would find it hard to resist. As though sensing Lu Ming and the others, the figure in the metal tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, filled with violent emotions as he struggled madly. Clang, 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 those chains vibrated unceasingly, letting out clanging sounds. Bastard of the heavenly palace, kill me if you can, kill me if you can, despicable and shameless bastard, the figure in the metal tower roared in anger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. This was a middle-aged man. What shocked Lu Ming was that this man was from one of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe. Didn't the Battle Saint tribe submit to the heavenly human race? The heavenly palace actually imprisoned an expert from the Battle Saint tribe here? Clearly, the heavenly human race imprisoned this man in the metal tower, making him suffer the torture of the heart flame demonic fire. Such methods were truly ruthless. We aren't people from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming spoke. Bullshit, don't think that you can lie to me. The heavenly jade butterfly has already been taken away by you guys. How long do you guys want to imprison me for? If you have the capabilities, just kill me. Kill me. The muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe howled unceasingly. Clearly, he was suffering endless torture here and wanted to die. I've already said that we aren't people from the heavenly palace. We are from the heaven destroyer. As he spoke, Lu Ming took out his battle god spear and swept it out, aiming for the metal tower. Boom! The battle god spear slammed into the metal tower, causing it to directly explode. Many of the chains that were wrapped around the burly man's body also exploded. Boom! The moment the chains shattered, the muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe was like a ferocious tiger that was released from its cage. A powerful aura erupted forth as his body swelled up. Violent energy gushed forth from him, shattering the remaining chains that coiled around him. Swish! The muscular man soared into the air and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Whether you guys are from the Heavenly Palace or not, I will know after I personally capture you and perform a soul search on you. The muscular man coldly spoke. Clearly, he was greatly affected by the devil fire and was filled with tyrannical emotions. The moment he was released, he wanted to kill crazily to vent his emotions. Divine Lord Realm, and a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert at that. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt joy. Judging from the aura the muscular man exuded, he was actually a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert. In that case, this place was indeed a prison used to imprison divine lords. Leave it to me. Bone Demon spoke. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning as he blasted out with his palm, colliding with the muscular man's attack. Bang! How could the muscular man be a match for Bone Demon? With just a single strike, the muscular man's body trembled violently as he retreated explosively, coughing out blood. Bone Demon's combat prowess was equivalent to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Since the muscular man was trapped here, his combat prowess wasn't at his peak at all. The disparity between him and Bone Demon was too great. Chapter 47:51. After Guillemot injured his opponent, he didn't stop and continued to attack. With a swipe of his bone claws, they expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire space as he grabbed at the expert from the Battle Saint tribe. Roar! His opponent roared in rage and did his best to defend. However, it was useless. The disparity was too great. Also, Guillemot's body was incomparably tough. No matter how his opponent attacked, it was useless. At the next instant, his opponent was grabbed by Guillemot's bone claws. Crackling sounds rang out from his body as it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. After that, Guillemot smashed his opponent onto the ground, causing him to be unable to attack for a period of time. After being beaten up by Guillemot, his opponent seemed to have regained some clarity. Wait a minute, are you guys really not from the Heavenly Palace? The expert from the Battle Saint tribe shouted. Nonsense. If we are from the Heavenly Palace, why would we release you? Since you are so arrogant, you would already be dead. Also, don't compare us to those bastards from the Heavenly Palace. Bah, those bastards. Dandan coldly snorted, his face filled with disdain. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed. Actually, he was already somewhat convinced. There was no way the people from the Heavenly Palace would break the metal tower to release him. However, if these people weren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did they enter? Hence, he directly asked, since you guys aren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did you guys enter this place? Right now, a great change has occurred in the universe. The celestial race, the demons, and the Heaven Destroyer are all fighting against each other. The heavenly prison became empty and hence, we came in. Oh right, we are from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming spoke. You guys are from the Heaven Destroyer? Wait a minute, you guys came in from the outside. Doesn't that mean that you guys can break out from the inside? The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe brightened. He had been imprisoned here for several stellar years. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to break out. Of course we can. We have already passed through 2 heavenly prisons and connected them. Oh right, is this the place where God Lords are imprisoned? Lu Ming asked. That's right. This is the heavenly prison for divine lords. The Heavenly Palace imprisons all the divine lords who haven't died yet. Each divine lord is locked up in a metal tower and tortured by the heart flame demon fire. If they can't take it anymore and fall into madness, they'll become puppets of the heavenly human race and be controlled by them. An expert from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. What? Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that the use of the heart flame devil fire had exceeded his imagination. He had previously thought that some people would surrender to the celestial tribe on their own accord because they couldn't withstand the torment of the heart-flame demonic fire. Meanwhile, those who had completely sunk into madness would eventually die of madness. It seemed that he had still underestimated the heavenly human tribe. The celestial race actually had a way to control those who had completely fallen into madness and turn them into their puppets. Since you are from the Battle Saint tribe and the Battle Saint tribe isn't a lackey of the celestial race? Oh, a subordinate? Why were you captured? Dandin asked. This is how despicable and shameless the celestial race is. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed with bone-deep hatred. Once, me and a few of my tribesmen obtained a supreme treasure called the Heavenly Jade Plate in a ruin in the universe. Who would have thought that the celestial race would find out about it and ambushed us along the way? 2 of my tribesmen died while I was captured by the celestial race. The Heavenly Jade Plate was taken away and I was imprisoned here, being tortured. Right now, my tribesmen have no idea that I was imprisoned here. They might think that I died in the ruins of the universe. I will definitely take revenge for this, the expert from the Battle Saint tribe roared in rage. At the same time, he gave a simple explanation of his origins. This person was called Battle God Wuji and was a peak expert of the Battle Saint tribe. At the same time, he was also a peak-level monstrous genius. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the origin realm. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others glanced at each other as joy flashed in their eyes. If they released this person and he returned to the Battle Saint tribe, he might cause a great impact to the Battle Saint tribe. If the Battle Saint tribe was extremely dissatisfied with the celestial race because of this, that would be for the best. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately and release the other deity lords. Lu Ming spoke. I will go with you guys. Battle God Wuji spoke. Lu Ming nodded. They didn't delay and flew forward. Not long after, they discovered another metal pagoda. Within the metal pagoda, there was another deity lord imprisoned. This deity lord was actually a deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. The Heaven and Earth race was one of the top 10 races in the past, but they were destroyed by the celestial race. The remaining members of their race were all trapped in the Heaven Destroyer. They didn't expect that there would still be someone who wasn't dead and was imprisoned here by the celestial race. This was normal. Although the lifespan of a deity lord couldn't be compared to an origin realm expert who could live as long as the universe, the lifespan of a deity lord was extremely long. It wasn't a problem for them to live for hundreds of years or even longer. For example, the primordial god race had a deity lord who had survived from the incipient god era until now. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth race had been destroyed for a very long time, it was normal for their deity lord to be able to survive until now. Boom! Lu Ming smashed the metal pagoda with a single move, saving the deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. If you want to leave this place, go to the exit. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. He pointed out the direction of the exit and they left in a flash. Although the deity lord was tortured severely by the heart flame devil fire and his eyes were filled with malevolence and madness, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still retained a trace of consciousness. With the cultivation of a deity lord, once he escaped from the heart flame devil fire, it was still possible for him to suppress the negative emotions in his heart and slowly recover. True enough, after Lu Ming and the others left, the powerhouses of the Heaven and Earth clan managed to recover and dashed toward the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others saw the third metal pagoda. It's a deity lord of my race. Xian Wu clan leader suddenly shouted, extremely agitated. The person imprisoned in the metal pagoda was a deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. As expected, not all of the deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race had died. Some of them were still alive, but they were imprisoned here. Boom! This time, Xianyanqing took action. He took out the primordial god weapon and smashed the metal pagoda, freeing the deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. The souls of the Heaven's Heart race were extremely powerful to begin with. They were also extremely strong against the heart flame devil fire. After escaping from the heart flame devil fire, they quickly regained their consciousness. They were naturally overjoyed when they saw Xian Wu and the others. At the same time, they were informed that there were at least a few dozen deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race that were still alive. This made Xian Wu and the others even more overjoyed. They continued to set off. The metal pagoda was discovered one by one. A deity lord was imprisoned in most of the metal pagoda. They were very direct. They smashed the metal pagoda and told the deity lord that he could leave. They pointed out the direction of the exit and left immediately. Chapter 4752. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that the divine masters imprisoned here would not miss any opportunity. Even if they did not believe Lu Ming and the others, they would not give up as long as there was a chance. They had been tortured here all this time. Even if there was only a slight chance, they would still try. They would definitely head toward the exit. Therefore, Lu Ming and the others moved quickly. In a little more than a day, they had walked around the entire prison. The main reason was that the prison was not very big. There were not many divine masters in the first place. The place where the divine masters were imprisoned was naturally not that big. After walking around, Lu Ming counted silently in his heart. He was shocked to discover that they had released a total of 918 almighty. This was a shocking number. They were all divine masters, not godly emperors or godly sovereigns. There were not many races on the list of 10,000 primitive races that had divine masters. Races ranked below 1 or 200 usually did not have any divine masters. There were 918 divine masters in this prison. Of course, these divine masters came from various races. For example, the Heaven and Earth race, the Sky Heart race, the Dragon race, and other races that had been destroyed. There were also experts from the current top 10 races, such as the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha race. There were also primitive divine spirits and experts from the human race. There were only so many divine masters from various races combined. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to take these divine masters away. He wanted to bring them along with the demons to deal with the heavenly human race. There was no need for that. These divine masters came from various races. They were greatly affected by the heart flame and devil fire. They were difficult to control and would not listen to him obediently. It was better to let these divine masters go and let them act alone. These divine masters had been tortured by the heavenly human race for many years. Their hatred for the heavenly human race was overwhelming. After they left, they would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely wreak havoc on the heavenly human race. This way, the heavenly human race would definitely send some divine masters to deal with these people. This way, they would be able to restrain some of the divine masters from the heavenly human race and relieve some of the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer. Let's go, Lu Ming said. They also headed toward the exit. Not long after, they returned to the first prison. At this moment, most of the Sky Heart tribe members had already gathered together. Lu Ming kept all of them into his chaotic desolation ring before heading towards the exit. Swoosh swoosh, along the way, people could be seen flying towards the exit from time to time. There were divine masters in the third prison, and there were also existences below the divine masters in the first prison. Clearly, the Sky Heart race had already spread the news. After that, there was no need for Lu Ming and the others to intervene. All they had to do was wait for these people to go out and wreak havoc for the heavenly human tribe. They quickly flew to the exit and left. There, they saw the fiend expert standing guard outside. After asking around, he learned that many living beings had already escaped from the prison. Lu Ming, where are we going next? Zi Xian asked. After the trip to the prison, they were very impressed with Lu Ming. On this trip, they had released 918 divine masters, as well as a large number of existences below the divine master level. These people were scattered all over the place, which was enough to give the heavenly human tribe a headache. It was more effective than fighting the heavenly human tribe directly. Let's go to the heavenly palace, the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. That's right, he was going to attack the heavenly palace. Now that the experts of the heavenly palace were gathered at the Heaven Destroyer base, the heavenly palace's defenses must be extremely weak. There was no better opportunity than now. There must be a lot of treasures in the heavenly palace. If they could take down the heavenly palace, the heavenly human tribe would definitely go crazy. On the other hand, Lu Ming had another idea, and that was the desolate crystals. He really needed the desolate crystals for his cultivation. Not only him, but Dandan and the myriad gods also needed the desolate crystals for their cultivation. A heavenly palace would more or less have some desolate crystals. Attack the heavenly palace? That's great. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the other abyss devils' eyes lit up. Attacking the heavenly palace was every abyss devil's dream. Let's go. I roughly know the location of the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming released the demon fortress of Yin Ruins, and everyone entered it. Then, the demon fortress of Yin Ruins soared into the sky and flew in the direction Lu Ming had pointed out. Lu Ming had never been to the real dreamy heavenly palace. When he was a heavenly soldier, he had always stayed in Dreamy City. Dreamy City wasn't the dreamy heavenly palace. It was just an outer city. However, he had been a heavenly soldier for a long time, and he had heard the rough location of the dreamy heavenly palace. It shouldn't be too far from Dreamy City. Before long, Lu Ming and the others found something. A spectacular scene appeared in the starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 360 stars and 3,600 planets. They were arranged in a row, forming a large formation. This formation surrounded a huge palace. This palace was made of stone. It was incomparably huge, no smaller than a planet. Looking at it from afar, one could feel an ancient and desolate aura. Is this the dreamy heavenly palace? It's really extravagant, using 360 stars and 3,600 planets to form a formation. Lu Ming muttered. He couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly palace's extravagance. The most extraordinary thing is that stone palace, which is the dreamy heavenly palace. It's a treasure left behind from the previous era. Zi Xian said. A treasure from the previous era? Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others were shocked and exclaimed. Yes, and it's a treasure of the human race. The eldritch continent of the previous era was truly vast and boundless. The human race ruled over countless territories, and naturally, it was divided into countless forces of various sizes, such as sects and countries. Among them, there was a king of a country. In order to guard the borders, he built 9 stone palaces to guard the borders and suppress the fate of the country. Later, the eldritch universe was destroyed. For some reason, the heavenly human race actually obtained these 9 stone palaces and used them as the foundation to build the heavenly palace. Zi Xian explained. It seemed that the demons knew a lot about the heavenly human race. As expected of a race left behind from the previous era. It said that there were a total of 9 heavenly palaces in the past. It seems that the 9 stone palaces were used as the foundation, but it seems that 4 of them have been destroyed. Lu Ming muttered. Although these stone palaces have gone through the change of eras and are no longer the same as before, even Origin Realm existences can't destroy them. It's only possible if there's someone who has surpassed Origin Realm. Zi Xian said. We don't need to destroy them. We just need to take all the treasures inside. Dandan, do you have a way to break this formation? Lu Ming laughed and then asked Dandan. This formation is indeed very powerful. It borrows the power of the stars. If it was operated by some divine lords, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now, the formation is operating on its own, so it's much easier. I can find its weak points and then gather the attacks of many divine lords to break this formation. Dandan said. Chapter 47:53. Dandan was very confident. He flew forward as soon as he finished speaking. The others did not go out. They stayed in the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. The demon fortress of Yin Ruins shrunk and hid behind a meteorite. It was not time for them to show themselves yet. Dandan's appearance was enough. Dandan flew to the edge of the formation and began to observe it. Who is it? This is the heavenly palace. Do you have a death wish? A loud roar came from the heavenly palace. Then, a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals flew out. The one who roared was a heavenly human tribe heavenly general. He was a god emperor. Dandan did not bother with them. He continued to observe the formation. "How dare you? Go out and kill him!" a heavenly general roared. They rushed out. Clearly, the formation did not hinder the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They quickly rushed out of the formation and rushed toward Dandan. "You are the ones who have a death wish," Dandan shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a large formation appeared in the void. Sword light burst out and charged toward the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. "Oh no! It's a divine master! Retreat!" a heavenly general shouted in fear. But it was too late. How could they catch up with Dandan? The sword light swept across and killed all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Not a single one was left alive. Damn it! A furious roar came from the heavenly palace. This scene was naturally seen by the people in the heavenly palace. The other party is a divine master. What should we do? Quickly inform Lord Yi Chu Xiaochuan. He is now the strongest person in the heavenly palace. Some heavenly generals discussed and then immediately transmitted their voices. There were still divine masters in the dreamy heavenly palace, although there were only a few of them. Soon after, a burly figure stepped out of the void. This person's aura was strong. He was a 9th-level divine master. He rushed toward Dandan and shouted, "How dare you trespass into the heavenly palace? Die! Help!" Dandan shouted and quickly retreated. As for the other party, he quickly rushed out of the range of the array and rushed towards Dandan. "Leave him to me," Guemo said. He left the devil castle of En ruins and took a step forward. The space around him split apart and he disappeared into it. In the next moment, a pitch-black bone claw suddenly extended from the top of the heavenly human expert's head. Like a demonic blade, it slashed at the heavenly human expert's head. The other party also noticed it in time. With a furious roar, he blocked with all his strength and slashed his sword at the bone demon's bone claw. With a loud clang, the battle sword of the heavenly human race elite was shattered into pieces. The bone palm did not stop there as it continued to chop down on the head of the heavenly human race elite. With a plop, this 9th-level divine master of the celestial race fell. Inside the heavenly palace, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals turned pale with fright. The other party has hidden experts and came prepared. Quick, spread the news, spread the news. Get people to spread the news to the various lords in the universe ruins. A divine master expert roared furiously. Immediately, someone began to spread the news. Of course, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was too far away from the heavenly human race elite. Moreover, it was deep in the universe ruins. They could not send the news directly to the universe ruins. They could only spread the news to other places first. Then, the people in other places would spread the news to the experts in the universe ruins. Lu Ming and the others were calm. This was within their expectations. It was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Since they had come to attack the dreamy heavenly palace, they would definitely be exposed. However, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was extremely far away from here. By the time the experts of the heavenly palace received the news and sent people over, they would most likely have succeeded. Dandan continued to study the array without any distractions. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Dandan finally found the weak point of the array. Whoosh! Lu Ming and the others took action. The devil castle of En ruins flew out and rapidly grew in size. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others, as well as a large number of divine master experts, flew out. Their terrifying auras shook the starry sky. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals in the heavenly palace were almost scared to death. Ah, it's the fiends. It's the fiends experts. There are so many fiend experts. Aren't the fiends under our control? Why are there still so many fiend experts here? What happened? Quick, spread the news. Quick, activate the array. Many people in the heavenly palace yelled. They were extremely shocked. Dandan had already taken action. He transformed into his world turtle form. The turtle shell behind him was densely engraved with runes and arrays. At this moment, Dandan's turtle shell glowed. Countless runes and arrays emitted light. Then, countless runes flew out and flew toward the star array of the heavenly palace. Soon, the entire area was filled with runes. This is the weak point. Attack this place with all your strength and you will be able to break it. Dandan shouted. Attack! Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others shouted. This time, not all the fiend experts were mobilized. Only 3,000 fiend experts were mobilized. According to Dandan, 3,000 fiend experts were enough. It was better not to expose all their strength. Boom! 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 3,000 fiend god lords attacked together. Demonic chi filled the sky and blasted toward the star array. The entire array started to shake violently. If it were in the past, with a fiend expert powering the array, even if they found the weak point, 3,000 fiend masters would not be able to break it. However, it was different now. The ones powering the array were only god emperors. The violent shaking made some of the god emperors powering the array scream. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. In this way, the other god emperors did not dare to continue controlling the array. After about an hour, a crack was forcefully torn open in the array. The crack continued to expand. In the end, a huge hole was blasted open. 1,000 of you will work together to stop the array from closing. The other 2,000 will follow us into the heavenly palace. Zi Xian and Yin Kong gave out orders. Of the 5,000 fiend masters, 1,000 would be used to maintain the hole in the array. 2,000 would follow them into the heavenly palace. The other 2,000 would control the fiend castle of Yin ruins and guard outside the array. Once they noticed something wrong, they would inform them immediately. Charge in. Zi Xian and Yin Kong gave the order and led the 2,000 fiend masters into the heavenly palace. Of course, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Gu Mo, and Wanshan also followed in. Retreat! 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 Run! The heavenly soldiers and deity generals in the heavenly palace were terrified. They retreated and fled in panic. It was not that they were afraid of death and did not dare to fight. The main reason was that the difference was too big. There were 2,000 fiend masters. How could they fight? No matter how many of them they had, it was useless. They would be destroyed in an instant when facing 2,000 fiend masters. Going up to fight was clearly courting death. Naturally, no one would be so foolish. Kill! The 2,000 fiend masters charged into the heavenly palace. Some of the slower heavenly soldiers and deity generals were killed. Chapter 47-54. 2,000 demon masters charged into the illusory heavenly palace. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals fled in panic. Split up into groups of a few and searched the entire heavenly palace. Take everything you can. If you meet anyone from the heavenly palace, kill them all. Zi Xian ordered. My order is the same. Yin Kong also said. Yes. 2,000 demon masters roared. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They had actually attacked the heavenly palace. This was something they had dreamed of. The demons and the heavenly palace had been fighting for countless years. Countless demons had dreamed of attacking the heavenly palace one day and killing everyone in the heavenly palace. Now, it had really come true. How could they not be excited? Immediately, the 2,000 demon masters split into groups of 3 or 4 or 5. They split up and charged in all directions. The illusory heavenly palace was incomparably huge. It was comparable to a planet. There were countless passageways and palaces inside. The 2,000 demon masters quickly disappeared in all directions. Yin Kong and Zi Xian also led a group of people and set off. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Dandan, Gu Mo, and Wanshan formed a group and moved quickly along a passageway. Our target is the illusory Heavenly Palace's treasure vault. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianyanqing, Dandan, and the others. Treasure vault, I like it. Dandan's eyes lit up. However, the illusory Heavenly Palace's treasure vault must be hidden very deeply. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to find. Xianyanqing said. And since it's a treasure vault, it must be filled with layers of formations. Gu Mo also said. So, we'll have to rely on Dandan. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, leave it to me. But after we find the treasure vault, you have to let me choose first. The light in Dandan's eyes became even brighter and more dazzling. They continued forward. At the end of the passageway was a large hall. However, they did not see anyone from the Heavenly Palace. They continued forward and passed through several long passageways before arriving at a huge courtyard. This was a herb garden. It had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was huge and filled with all kinds of divine herbs. In the sky above the herb garden, there were 7 dazzling gems that emitted dazzling light. Stars. Lu Ming and the others' eyes flashed. These 7 gems were actually stars. Stars. To be more precise, 7 stars were sealed into 7 crystals, forming 7 dazzling gems that provided light for the divine medicine here. It was really a big deal. Ha ha ha, these godly herbs are ours. Dandan grinned. The group rushed Heavenly Tao Palace Hall Palace suddenly. In the distance, resplendent radiance filled the air. Countless runes appeared, forming a large formation. Following that, figures, tens, God, palace, their heavens, palace, emperor, heavenly emperor, palace, God, emperors, divine, palace, God, divine, realm, cultivation, emperors, realm, God, emperors, realm, emperor, realm, God. 9 heavens battle formation, activate. Kill them. A loud roar was heard. Then, in the bright light, an incomparably huge figure condensed. Tens of thousands of heavenly humans at the God the Arch realm set up the 9 heavens battle formation with the help of the array that had been inscribed in the herb garden. Its power was very shocking. A huge heavenly human figure was condensed. It held a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming and the group. Swoosh! Gu Mo was the first to make a move. He flew up and waved his hand, clashing with the huge battle sword. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Cracks appeared on the huge battle sword. Then, with a bang, it collapsed. Even the huge figure had cracks on it. How is it possible? How is he so strong? Many heavenly human tribe powerful beings roared in horror. They were tens of thousands of heavenly humans, and they were all emperor gods. In addition, they had the advantage of terrain. The 9 heavens battle formation's runes had already been carved into the herb garden. The 9 heavens battle formation they had set up here would be even more powerful than if they had set it up elsewhere. However, they were still not as strong as Gu Mo. This made them extremely shocked. Kill! Gu Mo let out a long howl. His body was like lightning as he rushed over again. He struck out with his palm and collided with the gigantic figure. This time, the gigantic figure was directly defeated. Afterward, Lu Ming charged toward the members of the heavenly human tribe. Defend! Defend with all your strength! The heavenly humans shouted in horror. They activated the 9 heavens battle formation with all their might. They turned into a defensive posture and formed huge shields. However, it was still difficult to defend against Gu Mo. Gu Mo's frontal attack power was almost on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heaven Palace. Under the origin, there were not many who could match him in the entire universe. Such combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary Lord God. It was not something that the 9 heavens battle formation, which was set up by tens of thousands of emperor gods, could withstand. After a few explosions, the shields were penetrated. The 9 heavens battle formation was also torn apart. Screams were heard. In an instant, at least a few hundred emperor gods were killed. The nine heavens battle formation was broken. Gumo didn't give me a chance to attack at all. Dandan grinned. Even without Gumo, Dandan was confident that he could break the nine heavens battle formation with the help of the array. Let's kill these heavenly humans, Lu Ming said. His body turned into an aurora and rushed out. The divine battle spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the spear, hundreds of sharp spear rays pierced out. Puff puff puff, the nine heavens battle formation was broken. The heavenly humans were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lu Ming. They couldn't withstand a single blow. It didn't matter if they were at the first great supreme god layer or the ninth great supreme god layer. They were all killed in one move. The spear rays pierced through the foreheads of hundreds of emperor gods. At the same time, Chuchio also flew out and transformed into a halberd. It rampaged about and hacked about, killing large numbers of celestial race god emperors. Lu Ming didn't have any mercy for the heavenly humans. He wouldn't show any mercy. They were mortal enemies. It was either you die or I die. If he let the heavenly humans go, his family and friends might die in the hands of the heavenly humans in the future. When Lu Ming attacked, Xian Yanqing, Dandan and Gumo also attacked. It was a one-sided battle. Large numbers of heavenly humans were killed like wheat. Run. They're divine lords. We're no match for them. Even if we run away, the lords won't blame us. Where there's life, there's hope. Run out of the heavenly palace and find the lords. The remaining heavenly human tribe cultivators scattered and fled in all directions. There were many passageways in all directions. Lu Ming and the others chased them for a while and killed more than 10,000 emperor gods. However, the rest of the emperor gods ran away. However, Lu Ming and the others were satisfied. 10,000 emperor gods was a huge number. It was enough to make the heavenly humans suffer. More than 100 emperor gods could give birth to one divine lord. 10,000 emperor gods could give birth to 100 divine lords in the future. It was a big loss for the heavenly palace. Then, Lu Ming and the others started to collect divine herbs. Chapter 4755. Everyone began to search for the divine medicines. With a wave of their hands, large amounts of divine medicines rose from the ground and were collected by Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming put all the divine medicines into the ancient desolate ring. Most of these divine medicines were monarch divine medicines, royal divine medicines or emperor-level divine medicines. Lu Ming and the others didn't need them now, so they planned to plant them on the fragment of the continent in the ancient desolate ring when they had time. This is a main divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a stalk of divine medicine. Its medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils, and its medicinal strength was rich and powerful. Its life essence was exuberant. A main divine medicine. I found a main divine medicine. On the other side, Dandan also laughed. The next moment, Bone Demon also said. He also found a main divine medicine. In the past, it was impossible for a main divine medicine to be born in the ancient desolate universe. It seems that the changes in the universe have a great impact. Since main divine medicines have started to appear in the ancient desolate universe, it's not impossible for an origin divine medicine to be born in the future. Is it really like what others said? Is the universe really going to return to the glory of the ancient desolate continent? Lu Ming pondered. His heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. That was very possible. Ever since the ancient desolate continent was destroyed in the last era, the universe had almost dried up. Most of the territory had been reduced to ruins. The laws and intents were in chaos, and everything was deathly silent. The new ancient desolate universe, which was the universe, only occupied a small part of the universe and couldn't produce treasures above the main divine level. The entire universe was in an age of decline and the number of overlords was completely incomparable to that of the ancient desolate continent. Now, there was an opportunity and it wasn't impossible for the universe to return to the glory of the last era. The Heaven Destroyer can't be destroyed. Otherwise, the universe will really belong to the heavenly human race. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't stop. He waved his hand and put the main divine medicine into the ancient desolate ring. Under their wanton plundering, the herb garden was quickly swept clean. Almost all the divine herbs were swept clean. Not even the lowest grade divine herbs were left behind. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Let's hurry to other places. I'm really looking forward to the Heavenly Palace's treasury. Dandan beamed with joy. They quickly chose a direction and continued their search along a passage. Soon after, they discovered several celestial race experts. They captured them and interrogated them about the location of the Heavenly Palace's treasury. However, it was a pity that these few heavenly humans didn't know about it at all. Their ranks were too low. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the location of the Heavenly Palace's treasures. Only the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace would know about it. Not to mention them, even many divine master heavenly humans didn't know where the Heavenly Palace's treasury was located. After that, Lu Ming and the others captured a few more batches of heavenly humans for interrogation, and the results were all the same. His level was too low, so he had no idea at all. That's a good thing. If these people don't know, then those demons won't know either. Later on, it'll depend on who's lucky. Lu Ming said. Needless to say, those demons must be looking for the Heavenly Palace's treasury as well. The Heavenly Palace's treasury must contain a large number of treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? They kept searching inside the Heavenly Palace. When they saw something valuable, they took it away. When they saw heavenly humans, they killed them as well. Just like that, they stayed in the Heavenly Palace for 7 days, but they still didn't find the treasury of the Heavenly Palace. If we don't find it in a few days, we'll have to leave. Dandan said. He was itching to find it. They had made an appointment with Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others in advance. They would stay in the Heavenly Palace for 10 days. After 10 days, they would have to retreat. If they waited any longer, the experts of the Heavenly Palace might come back. If the Heavenly Palace sent 7,000 to 8,000 divine masters, they would definitely be no match for them. Let's continue. If we don't find it in 3 days, we'll retreat. Lu Ming said. 1 day later, they still didn't find anything. 2 days later, they still didn't find anything. Soon, the 10 days were approaching. I found something. At this moment, Dandan's surprised voice rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were delighted. In a flash, they came to Dandan's side. There's a formation on the ground. It's an extremely hidden formation. Even a formation expert wouldn't be able to detect it. Dandan stared at the ground with a fiery gaze. They were in a courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers. Dandan stared at a place where the flowers were blooming. Here, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Gu Mo, and Wan Shen all looked carefully. They even tried to probe, but they didn't find any traces of a formation. Like I said, it's very hidden. It's a pity that you ran into me. I happened to obtain a formation in the Wanhua ruins and engraved it on my back. It can detect all kinds of formations. No matter how hidden it is, it can't escape my detection. Dandan said. After saying that, he began to wave his hands. Runes spread out and sank into the ground. After a while, runes began to appear on the flowers. There's really a formation. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up. Watch me break it. Dandan said proudly. Dandan, don't make too much of a commotion. It's best if you don't leave any traces. Lu Ming reminded. He was afraid that making too much of a commotion would attract the devils. They could just divide the Heavenly Palace's treasury. Don't worry, I'm better at this than you. Dandan chuckled. His hands moved faster and faster. Endless runes spread out. About 10 minutes later, the flowers disappeared and a small whirlpool appeared on the ground. Let's go in. This is a small passage that I opened. After we enter, the passage will automatically disappear. Those devils won't notice. Dandan said. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took the lead and rushed into the vortex, followed by Xianyanqing, Gu Mo, Wan Shen, and finally Dandan. After they all rushed into the whirlpool automatically disappeared. Lu Ming found that they had arrived in a small stone room. The stone room was very small and empty. However, there was a stone door at the side of the stone room. The stone door was also covered by a layer of formation. It seems that we haven't reached the treasury. There are many checkpoints. But it's useless against me. Dandan chuckled. He walked to the stone door and observed for a while. Then, he began to break the formation. About 10 minutes later, the stone door creaked and opened by itself. Behind the stone door was a slanted passage. At the end of the passage, there was another stone door. It was also covered by a formation. The formation of each stone door was different. The experts of the Heavenly Palace also needed special keys to open these doors. But against Dandan, these were useless. During the time in the Wanhua ruins, Dandan's understanding of formations had undoubtedly improved a lot. Soon, the stone door was opened by Dandan. Chapter 47-56. Behind them, Lu Ming and the others passed through several checkpoints and finally reached the end. At the end was a huge stone chamber. It was very wide. When they arrived, Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Their mouths were agape and their eyes shone with a bright light. Treasures. They were all treasures. The first thing that came into view was a pile of metal materials that looked like a small mountain. There were hundreds of different kinds of metal materials. Each kind was piled up casually on the ground. Then, there were many shelves on both sides of the stone chamber. On the shelves, there were large boxes. It was obvious that the boxes were filled with treasures. There were also a large number of divine weapons on the shelves. They emitted powerful auras. Of course, the divine weapons placed casually were not of high grades. Most of them were Emperor-level divine weapons. There were also some Master-level divine weapons. But there were so many of them that they piled up like mountains. A treasure vault. A real treasure vault. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Dandan, and the others knew that they had found the right place. This was definitely the treasure vault of the illusory Heavenly Palace. It was where the treasures were hidden. Let's move them. Lu Ming shouted. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of metal materials in front of him disappeared. Lu Ming kept it in his chaos ring. Let's move. Immediately after, Dandan, Xianyanqing, Wan Shen, and Gu Mo took action. They took out their storage rings and began to frantically collect the metal materials. Most of these metal materials could only be used to refine Emperor-level divine weapons or Master-level divine weapons. There were none that could be used to refine Source-level divine weapons. But there were so many of them. With so many materials, it was unknown how many kilograms there were. Their value was immeasurable. Soon, the hundreds of piles of metal materials were emptied. Then, everyone looked at the large boxes on the shelves. Lu Ming walked directly to the nearest shelf and opened the box. He discovered that there were jade bottles inside, arranged neatly. There were a total of 12. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Immediately, the entire stone chamber was filled with the rich medicinal fragrance. Inside were divine pills. Lu Ming poured it out and took a look. There were 12 emerald green divine pills inside. This is a master-grade divine pill. It's made from master-grade divine herbs. It can increase the cultivation of divine masters. Xianyanqing recognized this divine pill at a glance. It could increase the cultivation of a divine master. This kind of divine pill could be said to be priceless, and if it were to spread, divine master realm existences would fight over it. In the past, there weren't any main-level treasures in the universe. If almighty realm cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, they could only go to the ruins of the universe to find primeval gems or main-level divine herbs. However, in the past, the laws and profundities in the ruins of the universe were in chaos. Thus, there were very few main-grade elixirs. Therefore, the number of these main-grade elixirs was naturally very small. The energy of this divine pill is very strong. One of them is equivalent to over 1,000 great desolation crystals. Lu Ming carefully sized up the divine pill and judged its efficacy. This box is also filled with sovereign-grade divine pills. Dandan called out. He had been impatient for a long time and opened the second box. The second box also contained sovereign-grade divine pills. Like Lu Ming, it was also used to increase one's cultivation. Following that, Xianyanqing, Wan Shen, and Guo opened the other boxes one after another. They discovered that most of them were sovereign-grade divine pills. Most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. There were also some that had other uses, such as energy recovery pills, detoxification pills, support-type divine pills, and so on. Divine pills that increase cultivation are useless to me. You guys can divide them among yourselves. Xianyanqing said. Xianyanqing's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Her universe bridge was connected to the cosmic sea. Her next cultivation would be to convert and strengthen her origin source energy. She no longer needed sovereign-grade divine pills or primeval gems to increase her cultivation. I don't need cultivation-enhancing divine pills either. The three of you can divide them among yourselves. Guo said. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Wanshan did not stand on ceremony. Each of them took a box of cultivation-enhancing divine pills and divided them equally. As for the other divine pills, they gave more to Xianyanqing and Guo. In the end, they divided the 100 boxes of divine pills equally. There were also sovereign-grade divine weapons and emperor-grade divine weapons that were divided among them. The highest grade is sovereign grade. There are no source-grade treasures. Dandan muttered, somewhat displeased. There aren't enough source-grade treasures for all the origin realm cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. It's normal that there aren't any. Lu Ming smiled. However, he was also somewhat disappointed. Sovereign-grade treasures were not particularly useful to them. Among the treasures that he had obtained previously, the ones that were most useful to him were those that could increase his cultivation level. There's another stone door here. After they emptied the stone room, they discovered another door in the deepest part of the stone room. It was enveloped by layers of runic arrays. Lu Ming and the others rejoiced. Could there be more than one treasury? Was there an even more important treasury? Could there be even more precious treasures inside? Leave it to me. Dandan couldn't wait to go up and study it. This time, the formation was clearly much more complicated. Even Dandan had to spend several hours to understand and decipher the formation. They opened the stone door and walked in. As expected, there was another stone room, but it was much smaller than the previous one. The first thing that caught their eyes was a storage ring. This storage ring hovered in the air, enveloped by a barrier of light. Lu Ming extended his hand to grab it, his palm covered in forbidden energy. Without any obstruction, Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring in his hands. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw the contents of the storage ring clearly. Desolate crystals. It was a large pile of desolate crystals, piled up into a mountain. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The number of desolate crystals in this pile was absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming estimated that it was definitely more than 700 or 800 million. This was because the 200 million desolate crystals that Fei Huang had given Lu Ming previously could not compare to the size of this pile of desolate crystals. Lu Ming, what is this? Seeing the light in Lu Ming's eyes, Dandan asked curiously. Desolate crystals. And there are a lot of them. Lu Ming said, and then showed the storage ring to Dandan. After Dandan saw it, his eyes also lit up. Then, Xianyanqing and the others also looked at it. I estimate that there are about 1 billion desolate crystals in this pile. Guo said. 1 billion. Lu Ming and the others were excited. Although 1 billion desolate crystals was considered a small amount for a heavenly palace, it was still a dream. One had to know that this was the dreamy heavenly palace's treasury. 1 billion desolate crystals was really nothing. However, Lu Ming and the others were already very satisfied. One had to know that desolate crystals were completely consumables, and they were consumed very quickly. 1 billion desolate crystals were divided among the divine lords of the heavenly palace. Each person would not get much, and they would quickly be refined. It was already very good that there were still about 1 billion desolate crystals in the heavenly palace. They were probably used to reward their subordinates. Chapter 47-57. Let's split these desolation crystals. Lu Ming looked at Dandan and Wan Shen. The desolation crystals were useless to Xianyinqing and Guo. He would let them take more of the other treasures later. Lu Ming, how many desolation crystals do you need to break through? Guo asked. About 500 million desolation crystals to break through from the 7th layer to the 8th layer. Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the 7th layer, Lu Ming had refined over 100 million desolation crystals. Therefore, he estimated that 500 million would be enough. How about this? Let's see what other treasures there are and divide them together. Wan Shen suggested. The others naturally had no objections. Everyone continued to look. In addition to the storage ring floating in the air, there were more than 10 large boxes floating in the air. They opened the dozen or so large chests one by one. Then, everyone's breathing became heavy. Precious treasures, truly precious treasures. Among them, there were 9 large chests, each of which contained a divine weapon. Source-grade divine weapons. All 9 boxes contained source-grade divine weapons. There were 7 of them in total. I thought there wouldn't be any source-grade divine weapons. I didn't expect there to be 7 of them. Dandan grinned. His eyes shone brightly. He wanted to swallow the 9 source-grade divine weapons in one gulp. Dandan's meaning was simple. Source-grade divine weapons were a strategic resource that the Heavenly Palace lacked. Half of the origins in the Heavenly Palace didn't have any source-grade divine weapons. Source-grade divine weapons were far from enough. It was normal that the treasury didn't have any. These should be the backup source-grade divine weapons of the Heavenly Palace. They are used to reward their subordinates. Xianyinqing said. The operation of a large organization required some methods. They needed to be clear about rewards and punishments. For example, if an Origin Realm expert performed a great service for the Heavenly Palace and was rewarded with a source-grade divine weapon, it would cause a stir. It would stimulate the other Origin Realm experts and make them work harder for the Heavenly Palace. These 7 source-grade divine weapons were obviously used for this purpose. The 1 billion or so primordial crystals from before were clearly used for this purpose. In addition to the 7 source-level divine weapons, they also found some divine pills. They were source-level divine pills made from source-level divine herbs and contained origin marks. The value of the pill was simply astonishing. It was extremely useful to reciprocity experts, allowing them to break through and break through. I'm rich, I'm really rich, ah. Dandan laughed. These pills were extremely useful for peak godlords to break through to reciprocity. They would need them sooner or later. Unfortunately, there weren't many of those divine pills. In fact, they could be said to be extremely rare. This was normal. Source-grade divine herbs that could be used to refine source-grade divine pills were too rare. Especially in the past, it was hard to find even in the ruins of the universe. Now that the universe was changing, there might be more of them in the future. Apart from these, there were also some other treasures. They were all very special treasures, such as some one-time offensive treasures or one-time life-saving treasures. These treasures were often of great use at critical moments. In short, the treasures in this treasury were all top-tier treasures. They were extremely valuable. However, there were no materials to refine source-level divine weapons, nor were there any other high-grade divine herbs. Presumably, the Heavenly Palace would refine these materials once they obtained them. Afterward, they began to discuss how to distribute them. Lu Ming's battle prowess is the strongest among those of the same level. Every time he increases his cultivation, his battle prowess increases the most as well. Therefore, I suggest that we give the primordial crystals to Lu Ming. What do you think? Wan Shen was the first to speak. Xian Yanqing and Guo naturally had no objections, especially Xian Yanqing. Even if she could use them, she would give them to Lu Ming without any hesitation. Only Dandan was reluctant. His eyes darted around. His cultivation was the lowest among them, only at the 5th layer of the godly master realm. He also wanted the primordial crystals very much. I only need 500 million primordial crystals at most to break through to the 8th layer of the godly master realm. I don't need any more. How about this? I'll take 500 million primordial crystals. You can take more of the other treasures. Lu Ming said. 500 million was enough for him. Even if he took 1 billion, it would be useless. To break through from the 8th layer of the godly master realm to the 9th layer of the godly master realm, he would need at least 5 billion primordial crystals. This was an astronomical number. Finally, they came to an agreement. Lu Ming would take 500 million primordial crystals, while Dandan and Myriad God would split the other 500 million equally. As for the source-level divine weapons, Lu Ming did not take them. Myriad God took one each. Dandan, Xian Yanqing, and Guo each took 2. It was all thanks to Dandan that they were able to find the Heavenly Palace's treasury. It was only right that Dandan took one more. For this, Dandan grinned from ear to ear. As for the source-level divine pills, they would split them equally. As for the other special treasures, they would split them equally according to their needs. They had reaped great rewards on this trip. It could be said that everyone was happy. Awesome. This is too awesome. Moving into the Heavenly Palace's treasury is still the most comfortable. Dandan laughed heartily. It could be said that this trip had made them rich all of a sudden. There were many treasures whose value was difficult to measure. For example, the source-level divine weapons, source-level divine pills, and special treasures. Let's go. It won't be long before the 10 days are up. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and headed outside, leaving the treasury. There was still some time left, but no one wanted to wander around any longer. After their trip to the treasury, they were no longer interested in the other items in the Heavenly Palace. They found a place and slowly waited. Lu Ming made use of the time to refine the primordial crystals. He could imagine that there would be endless battles ahead. The stronger they were, the better. Wan Shen and Dandan also made use of the time to refine the primordial crystals. Xian Yanqing, on the other hand, was comprehending the origin energy and strengthening it. Only Guo was idling. His cultivation had reached its limit. The next step was to reach the origin realm. However, he was facing an origin tribulation now. He could no longer improve. If he wanted to break through to the origin realm, he could only wait until the origin tribulation was over. Otherwise, his origin root would be sucked away as soon as he broke through. He had already reached the peak and could no longer improve in any aspect. Soon, the 10 days were up. Lu Ming and the others left the illusory Heavenly Palace and returned to the demon fortress of En ruins. The other demons also came out one after another. After some time, all the demons that had entered the illusory Heavenly Palace came out and returned to the demon fortress of En ruins. Lu Ming, did you find anything? Did you find the treasury of the illusory Heavenly Palace? Zi Xian walked over and asked tentatively. No. Did you find it? Lu Ming asked. They naturally wouldn't admit that they had found the treasury. I've already asked the others, but they didn't find it. It seems that the treasury of the Heavenly Palace is hidden too deeply. What a pity. Zi Xian sighed. Chapter 4758. Zi Xian and the others were frustrated that they couldn't find the treasure vault of the dreamy Heavenly Palace after so many days of searching. If it weren't for the lack of time, they would have continued to search. However, they had to leave. So many days had passed and the Heavenly Palace must have received the news. They would have sent their elites to hunt them down. If they didn't leave quickly, they would be surrounded by the elites of the heavenly palace. In fact, the Ye Immortal and the others had received the news a few days after they entered the dreamy heavenly palace. Most of the overlords of the heavenly palace were attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base. When they heard the news, they were immediately enraged. What? All the criminals in the heavenly prison have escaped. Why? What happened? More than 900 divine masters have fled, and they're attacking my heavenly palace's strategic locations everywhere. What happened in the heavenly prison? Many Lord of Heaven shouted. Even a character like Yi Wuxian had a dark expression on his face. My lords, I heard that someone broke into the heavenly prison and released the criminals. A brawny heavenly human who came to deliver the news said. Who broke into the heavenly prison? They deserve to die. A Lord of Heaven shouted. According to the images from the surveillance array in the heavenly prison, it's these people. The brawny heavenly human took out a jade talisman and activated it. A few people immediately appeared. It's Lu Ming. It's that bastard Lu Ming. Damn it. No, there's also a demon. There was an uproar. Naturally, there were many surveillance arrays in the heavenly prison. It was difficult for Lu Ming to avoid all the surveillance arrays. Why is Lu Ming, that little bastard, hanging out with the demons? Someone wondered. Oh no. Did Lu Ming go to the dark universe and work with the demons? Someone's expression changed as he guessed. Work with the demons? How is that possible? The demons are being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs and will soon become our puppets. How could Lu Ming work with the demons? Did the demons leave the dark universe? The heavenly human elites at the scene were in a heated discussion. Report. Right at this moment, another heavenly human tribe member flew over rapidly. This time, it was a heavenly human tribe elder. His face was filled with fear, and he looked like he had lost his head out of fear. What's the matter? A Lord of Heaven asked. My lords, I've just received news that the dreamy heavenly palace has been breached. The heavenly human's voice trembling. What? Boom. Terrifying auras erupted one after another. Countless experts of the heavenly human tribe erupted with boundless fury. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and disbelief. The dreamy heavenly palace had been breached. Who did it? In the Eldritch universe, the Heaven Destroyer was besieged and the demons were being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs. Their heavenly palace had no opponents. Who else could breach the dreamy heavenly palace? Could it be the quasi-immortal tribe? Who did it? Ye Immortal asked coldly. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. It's Lu Ming and the demons. A large number of demons. The heavenly human's voice trembled. It's Lu Ming again. And the demons? Where did they come from? Many heaven monarchs roared angrily. It's true. My lords, please take a look. The heavenly human's elder took out a jade talisman and activated it. Immediately, an image appeared. It was the scene of Lu Ming and thousands of demons attacking the dreamy heavenly palace's array. The heavenly human race's members were stunned. It took them a while to react. It's the silver-winged demons and the purple-eyed demons of the 4 royal demon races. Why are they in the Eldritch universe? They're also being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs. They can't hold on for long with the ancestral fiend blood crystal powder. They don't dare to leave the dark universe. How can they attack the dreamy heavenly palace? Many Lord of Heaven roared. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Quiet down. Suddenly, Ye Immortal's voice sounded. Everyone quieted down. It's useless to complain now. It seems that the ancestral fiend bugs of the purple-eyed demons and the silver-winged demons have been suppressed or eliminated. That's why they can leave the dark universe. Ye Immortal said. The ancestral fiend bugs have been eliminated? How is that possible? Many heavenly human races members still couldn't believe it. No matter how unbelievable it is, it's the truth. We have to make the same assumption. Ye Immortal said. Ancestral Patriarch, what should we do now? What else can we do? Ancestral Patriarch, I suggest that we send out the elites immediately to annihilate those demons and Lu Ming. That's right. We can't ignore the people who escaped from the heavenly prison. We have to send someone to kill them. Some of the heavenly lords said at the same time. It seems that Lu Ming wants to use this method to reduce the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer base and disperse our forces. Lu Ming, I've underestimated you. Yi Immortal whispered. His voice was extremely cold and his killing intent was as sharp as a knife. However, he couldn't ignore Lu Ming. The people who escaped from the heavenly prison were wreaking havoc everywhere. They attacked the heavenly palace and killed the heavenly human race. They couldn't ignore it. Besides, Lu Ming and those demons had attacked the dreamy heavenly palace. They couldn't ignore it either. Even if they knew Lu Ming's goal, they still had to send someone to deal with him. Ancestral Patriarch, I suggest that we immediately send out the army to annihilate Lu Ming and those demons. A Lord of Heaven suggested. How many people should we send out? We don't know how many demon masters there are. Another Lord of Heaven said. The Silver Wing race and the Purple Eye race can mobilize about 5,000 demon masters. We have to prepare for all of them to move out. Therefore, I've decided to send 5,000 divine masters to the dreamy heavenly palace first. Don't fight with them first. Let's test their strength first. If they really have 5,000 divine masters, we'll send back the news and come up with other countermeasures. Also, send 2,000 divine masters to kill those who escaped from the heavenly prison. The rest of you, continue to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. No matter what, the human king's body is the most important. Yi Immortal started to give out orders. Yes. The others obeyed. Not long after, 2,000 divine masters set off to kill the experts who escaped from the heavenly prison. 5,000 divine masters went to the dreamy heavenly palace. In this way, the number of experts besieging the Heaven Destroyer base was reduced by 7,000. Originally, the heavenly palace had mobilized about 16,000 divine masters. Together with 7,000 divine masters, there were 23,000 divine masters in total. Now that 7,000 were gone, there were only 16,000 divine masters left. This eased the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer a little. It could hold on for a little longer. How did the demon suppress or get rid of the demon ancestor bugs? Could it be the demon ancestor blood crystal? Yi Immortal's eyes lit up. Chapter 47:59. Yi Immortal immediately thought of the demon ancestor blood crystal. He knew that the only thing that could restrain the demon ancestor bug was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Moreover, he was the one who planned to use the demon ancestor blood crystal to lure the evil demons into the dark universe and trap them there forever. However, he also knew that the demon ancestor blood crystal had a barrier set up by the human sovereign. The evil demons could not get close to it. How did they get the demon ancestor blood crystal? He naturally thought of Lu Ming and the group. However, his understanding of the human king's barrier was far more than that of the demons. The Yi Immortal had obtained the demon ancestor blood crystal by accident. When he got the demon ancestor blood crystal, there was an introduction to the demon ancestor blood crystal that mentioned the human sovereign barrier. Although the human sovereign barrier was mainly used against the evil demons, it also had a strong restraining effect on the servants of the human race. Not only that, but any living thing, including the human race, could not pass through the barrier. It would create a strong pressure. Only a transcender could pass through the barrier and get the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, were there any transcenders in the current primitive universe? Obviously not. Even if Lu Ming has a forbidden body, it is impossible for him to pass through the human sovereign barrier and get the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, without the demon ancestor blood crystal, how did the evil demons suppress or get rid of the demon ancestor bug in their bodies? Yi Immortal fell into deep thought. He did not think that Lu Ming and the others could get the demon ancestor blood crystal. It was almost impossible. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to pass through the human sovereign barrier. He denied this thought, but it only made him even more puzzled. I should send someone to investigate. Ye Immortal muttered. Then he sent someone to the Dark Universe to check if the human sovereign barrier was still there. The person he sent out soon received a reply. The human sovereign barrier was still there. It was safe and sound. As for the demon ancestor blood crystal, it was hidden in the box. They could not pass through the barrier. Naturally, they could not see if the demon ancestor blood crystal had been taken away. This made Ye Immortal even more puzzled. After Lu Ming's group left the illusory fantasy Heavenly Palace, they boarded the Een Ruins Devil Castle, intending to leave. The demon castle of Een Ruins broke through the void and entered the dark space. However, not too long later, the ground began to tremble violently. Enemy attack, enemy attack. An evil demon's howl startled everyone. The people from the Heavenly Palace came so quickly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Obviously, they had been attacked by the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others were gathered in a large hall. There was a huge bronze mirror in the hall that could reflect the scene outside. Outside the demon fortress of Een Ruins, the void shattered as a violent aura swept out in all directions. In front of the demon castle of Een Ruins, a large number of figures stood in the void. All of them were mighty ones from the Heavenly Palace, and all of them were divine masters. There were a total of 5,000 people. It really is the heavenly human tribe. Now that the laws and profound meanings in the universe ruins have stabilized, it seems that the people from the Heavenly Palace have found a way to set up a wormhole. Lu Ming pondered. In the past, there was no way to open a wormhole in the universe ruins because the laws and profound meanings were chaotic. But now, the situation had changed. For example, when they fought for the human king's body in the Halo world of the 1,000-year battlefield, the spacetime spirit rats opened a wormhole there. The cultivators from the Heaven Destroyer relied on the wormhole to return to the Heaven Destroyer's base. Now, the divine masters from the Heavenly Palace could arrive here in just a few days without a wormhole. Heavenly human tribe, very good. Let's go out and fight them. Kill all of them. Kill all of these bastards. Many evil demons roared. The evil demons and the heavenly human tribe had been enemies for generations. Coupled with the incident with the demon ancestor worm, the evil demons' hatred for the heavenly human tribe deepened. Most of the evil demons hated the heavenly human tribe to the core. Now that they saw the heavenly human tribe, many of them wanted to rush out and fight them. Wait a minute, we don't know how many powerful beings the heavenly human tribe has sent out. Maybe there's an ambush in the dark. Let's retreat for a while and test their strength first. Zi Xian said. Zi Xian is right. Let's test how many people the heavenly human tribe has sent and see if there's an ambush. Yin Kong said. The evil demons didn't rush out to fight the heavenly human tribe. Instead, they controlled the demon castle of Een Ruins to retreat. Don't let the evil demons get away. Chase them. Kill all the evil demons. Many powerful beings from the Heavenly Palace yelled and rushed toward the demon castle of Een Ruins. All kinds of attacks were thrown at the demon castle of Een Ruins. However, the demon castle of Een Ruins was very strong with the help of many evil demons. It wouldn't be easy for the Heavenly Palace to break through the demon castle of Een Ruins. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had crossed a long distance. After such a long distance, they didn't find any other ambush from the Heavenly Palace. From the beginning to the end, there were only 5,000 people. Obviously, the heavenly human tribe didn't have any powerful beings lying in ambush. At this time, Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others planned to rush out and fight the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming, if you don't stop them and go out to fight the heavenly human tribe, the evil demons won't have enough experts. If they lose their strength, the Heavenly Palace will be weakened. Bone Demon sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. No, I want them to kill each other. Lu Ming responded via voice transmission. Could it be that you already have a plan? The soul fire in Bone Demon's eye sockets flickered. He knew Lu Ming very well. If Lu Ming said so, he must have a plan. Yes, but I don't know if it will work. Then, Lu Ming told Bone Demon, Xianyanqing, Dandan, and the Wanshan his plan. The eyes of the four people lit up. Don't worry, your plan can only succeed. I guarantee that there will be no problems. Hee hee. Dandan laughed, feeling very pleased with herself. Because Dandan would play a crucial role in Lu Ming's plan. That's good. Let's hope it works. Once it works, the situation will be completely reversed. Lu Ming whispered. Then, he said, let's go. We'll follow the evil demons and kill as many heavenly human tribe members as possible. Let's go and kill to our heart's content. I can't hold it in anymore. The Wanshan grinned. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then, they followed the evil demons and killed their way out. Kill. Kill all the heavenly human bastards. About 5,000 evil demons and demon lords roared. Demonic chi surged into the sky as they charged out of the demon fortress of Een ruins and toward the heavenly human tribe members. There were 5,000 divine lords on each side. The terrifying attacks collided, and the void in this area was chaotic. Terrifying waves of energy swept out in all directions. The entire galaxy outside the void was instantly destroyed. Countless stars exploded and stars were extinguished. Terrifying cracks were torn open in the boundless void. Countless living beings died in the battle between the two sides. This was the terror of the Divine Lord Army. If it happened in the universe, it would destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 4760. After a few rounds of long-range collisions, the experts from both sides began to fight each other. Swish! A golden spear of light pointed at Lu Ming's forehead. This was a 9th-level God Lord Heavenly Human. His eyes were cold as he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one blow. Seeking death. Lu Ming's eyes chilled as he thrust out his war god spear. However, Lu Ming's spear gleam was faster and more powerful than the other party's spear gleam. Plush! Lu Ming pierced through his opponent's forehead, killing him on the spot. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, killing a 9th-level God Lord was far too easy. Ordinary peak God Lords were no match for Lu Ming. Only a top-class peak God Lord could suppress Lu Ming. For example, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven he had encountered in the boundless fiend abyss. Kill. After killing the other party, the war god's spear swept out and killed another 8th-tier divine master heavenly human tribe member. The others were also engaged in battle. Bone Devil and Dandan had both encountered their opponents and were locked in battle. As for Xianyanqing and Bone Devil, they were unstoppable. After killing several experts in a row, they naturally caught the attention of the other experts. Several peak God Lord experts charged at Xianyanqing and Bone Devil. Leave it to me. Bone Devil roared as he transformed into a bolt of black lightning. His palm was like a demonic saber as he charged forward. Plush! Plush! The two peak God Lord experts were unable to put up any resistance. Their master-level divine weapons were shattered, and their bodies were torn apart by Bone Devil's palm. The other peak God Lord expert was so frightened that he immediately retreated. Leave this person to me. The rest of you go and deal with the others. A cold voice rang out as a burly figure charged towards Guemo Clang. Bone Devil exchanged a blow with his opponent, and both of them were forced back. The 100-battle Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The one who dealt with the Bone Demon just now was one of the 4 strongest Lords of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Heaven of the 100 Battles. This time, the heavenly human tribe was led by the 2 most powerful Lord of Heaven. One was the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles, while the other was the Lord of Heaven of Extinction. Just now, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles was nearby. When he saw how powerful Bone Devil was, he charged towards Bone Devil. So what if he's the strongest Lord of Heaven? I'll still kill him. The Bone Demon shouted and charged towards the other party, clashing with the Lord of Heaven. Xianyanqing and the Lord of Heaven, who was thought to be powerful, began to fight. Lu Ming did not go too far. He stayed beside Wanshen and Dandan and fought with the heavenly human tribe. After all, Wanshen and Dandan's cultivation levels were lower. If they encountered a powerful opponent, they would be in danger. He stayed nearby so that he could look after them. The battle was very fierce, and there were experts dying at every moment. These were all almighty existences, the top figures in the universe. Any one of them was a high and mighty figure. One of them could make a tribe prosper and become the top tribe in the universe. On the surface, only the top 100 tribes in the universe had almighty. In reality, there were more than that. Some powerful tribes also had almighty secretly overseeing them. However, the number of tribes with almighty in the universe definitely did not exceed 300. Such a person was completely worthless at this moment. He was constantly being killed and dying. Retreat, retreat. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind the heavenly palace. Immediately, the heavenly palace experts began to retreat in an orderly manner. They did not panic and retreated in an orderly manner. They continued to converge with each other, and their attacks became mainly defensive. The number of demons and the heavenly palace were about the same. Their strength was also about the same. If the other party wanted to retreat, the demons could not stop them. After a while, all the heavenly palace experts gathered together. They defended and retreated at the same time. The demons chased for a while and could only give up. They were afraid of falling into a trap and being ambushed. In this battle, the evil demons had lost almost 200 demon masters. However, the heavenly palace did not fare any better. They had also suffered heavy losses. After a while, the heavenly palace people did not attack. The demons wanted to counterattack. They drove the demon fortress of En ruins and charged forward. The heavenly palace people retreated to avoid the demons. Humph, these heavenly human scum are really cowards. They don't dare to fight us. Some demons sneered. The heavenly palace people do not dare to fight us, but they are not retreating either. I feel that their goal is to delay us. I estimate that their reinforcements will be here soon. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you are right. What should we do next? Zi Xian asked. After spending some time together, she knew that Lu Ming was very resourceful. If she had any questions, she would ask Lu Ming first. If we continue to stay here, we may be surrounded by the heavenly palace. This is not good for us. I suggest that we leave here and attack some important places in the heavenly palace, or even other heavenly palaces, Lu Ming said. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Zi Xian and Yin Kong nodded. Then the demon fortress of En ruins was activated and left the place. The demons left. Damn it. Chase them. We can't let them leave our sight. When our reinforcements arrive, they will die. The heavenly human experts ordered. 4 to 5,000 almighty experts chased after the demon fortress of En ruins. The demons drove the demon fortress of En ruins. Soon, they appeared outside a huge planet. This planet was a resource planet of the heavenly palace. It was more important and there used to be many experts guarding it. Even now, although there were no more divine masters, there were still many divine emperors. Boom! After the En ruins demon fortress appeared, it directly charged towards the planet. Many demon lord realm demons rushed out and bombarded the planet with attacks. Boom! 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 The planet exploded and lava shot into the sky. The experts of the heavenly palace who were guarding this place were instantly reduced to ashes. In less than a minute, the resource planet was destroyed. The space in the distance cracked. The almighty experts of the heavenly palace also arrived. Seeing this scene, they were furious. Their eyes turned red and they rushed toward the resource planet. However, the demons who attacked had already returned to the demon fortress of En ruins. The demon fortress of En ruins was activated and left, rushing toward the next important place in the heavenly palace. In the next few days, the demons drove the demon fortress of En ruins and destroyed 7 important places in the heavenly palace. Then, the demon fortress of Een ruins rushed in one direction. Oh no, they want to go to the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. We can't let them succeed. Spread the news. Tell the reinforcements to defend the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Attack from the front and back. The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. Lu Ming and the others did want to rush to the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. This place was not far from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. However, when they approached the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, they realized that something was wrong. Thousands of almighty experts gathered in front of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Obviously, the reinforcements of the Heavenly Palace had arrived. Chapter 4761. In front of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, there were at least 3,000 almighty from the Heavenly Palace. The demons were naturally not afraid of 3,000 almighty, but they had the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace behind them. They could enter the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace at any time and make use of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace's array. Therefore, it would not be easy to deal with them. Another problem was that the 4,700 almighty were hot on their heels and would form a pincer attack. Therefore, when they saw this situation, the demons suppressed the urge to go out and fight with the Heavenly Palace's almighty. Instead, they controlled the demon castle of Een ruins and charged in another direction. Kill them, don't let them escape. Stop them. The Heavenly Palace's almighty behind them immediately charged toward the demon castle of Een ruins. The 3,000 almighty from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace also charged toward the demon castle of Een ruins. The two Heavenly Palaces' almighty armies added up to almost 8,000 almighty. Their strength was far above the demons. The demons were not stupid enough to stop and fight with the enemy. They kept flying forward. If they saw a planet occupied by the Heavenly Palace, they would attack. Let's split up and chase them. Otherwise, those demons won't stop. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles suggested. That's right. One group will chase them while the other group will go around and surround them. Another powerful Lord of Heaven nodded. Immediately, the two groups of almighty split up. One group of 3,000 went around in another direction, intending to surround the demons. The other group continued to chase them. With the demons' belligerent nature and their hatred for the heavenly human tribe, they would attack as long as they saw that the other party was not attacking them. Indeed, not long after, another battle broke out. Both sides lost more than 100 almighty. In the end, another group of Heavenly Palaces almighty chased after them, and the demons escaped into the demon castle of Een ruins again. The Heavenly Palace's men continued to chase after them. Just like that, a few months went by. During this time, several battles broke out above. Both sides suffered great losses, but the Heavenly Palace's army could not surround the demons. However, in the past few months, the universe had been thrown into chaos. The source was naturally the experts who had escaped from the imperial prison. This was especially the case for the 918 Divine Master Realm powerhouses. They were filled with hatred for the Heavenly Palace, and they carried out crazy revenge. The various bases of the Heavenly Palace in the universe, resource planets, cultivation holy lands, and even important places like the Dream Sky City of Heavenly Palace were attacked. This caused the Heavenly Palace to suffer heavy losses. A large number of godly emperors and those below the godly emperor level were killed, causing a huge commotion in the universe. Not long after, the Heavenly Palace sent out experts to hunt down the escapees. From time to time, great battles between divine masters would break out in various parts of the universe. The starry sky would tremble, and planets would be destroyed. Every race was on tenterhooks. This was especially true for creatures with lower cultivation levels. They were even more terrified because the shockwaves caused by the battle between the divine masters were too great. They could easily destroy planets and annihilate creatures. It was unknown how many creatures had been swept into this series of battles. But not long after, an even more explosive news spread through the universe, causing a huge commotion. One of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe, released news that the celestial race was despicable and shameless. For the sake of treasures, they casually acted against the Battle Saint tribe, killing their members. In addition, they even imprisoned the genius of the Battle Saint tribe, Battle God Wuji, for several years in the imperial prison, torturing him. Hence, the Battle Saint tribe decided to withdraw from the heavenly palace. Before this news was released, those Battle Saint tribe members who had participated in the attack on the Heaven Destroyer base had already silently retreated. After that, the experts of the Battle Saint tribe all entered their mother planet. The entire Battle Saint mother planet moved towards the ruins of the universe. The entire Battle Saint tribe left the starry space and moved to the ruins of the universe. And just a day after the Battle Saint tribe released the news, the Buddha race, Devil race, and Spirit race also released news. Because the heavenly palace casually imprisoned their people and even secretly killed them, they decided to leave the heavenly palace. Also, like the Battle Saint tribe, they brought their mother planets and entered the ruins of the universe. The moment this news was released, the universe was in an uproar. Out of the top 10 races, 4 of them left the heavenly palace and entered the ruins of the universe. This was an unprecedented matter. In this case, including the Quasi-Saint tribe, only 5 of the top 10 races still obeyed the orders of the celestial race. At the same time, the various races felt a chill in their hearts. The celestial race actually did such a thing to the various races in the dark. To think that the various races were still working for the celestial race. Could it be that in the eyes of the celestial race, the various races in the universe were really ants that could be taken away as they wished? Many powerful races had different thoughts. They wanted to learn from the 4 races and enter the ruins of the universe to develop. Now that the universe had undergone such a huge change, the ruins of the universe were no longer deathly silent. The laws and profundities were no longer in chaos. On the contrary, it had become a cultivation holy land that was many times better than the starry space of the past. Now, if they could occupy a place and obtain an opportunity, they might be able to rise up in the future. Outside the Heaven Destroyer base, a towering wave of anger enveloped it. Damn it, lowly ants, they actually dared to betray us. They are simply courting their own deaths. Many Lord of Heaven of the celestial race roared angrily. Humph, the Battle Saint tribe, Buddhist race, Devil race, and Spirit race only dare to be so arrogant because they think that we are too busy to deal with them. I suggest that we immediately send out an army to annihilate these 4 races. A relatively strong and calm Lord of Heaven said. I also suggest that. Otherwise, these ants will think that the celestial race is easy to bully. Yi Qiuxian also said coldly. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to the Yi Immortal. The final decision was still made by the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal frowned slightly. If they send out experts to kill the 4 races, the military strength of the Heaven Destroyer base would be reduced again. They had already sent out 10,000 divine masters. If they wanted to deal with the 4 races, they would need to send out at least 2,000 divine masters. The 4 races had been operating for many years. Moreover, they were on their respective mother planets with layers of formations. It wouldn't be that easy to break through. They would need to send out several times more combat power. It was the same when they broke through the dragon race's mother planet. If they send out another few thousand divine masters, the military strength of the Heaven Destroyer base would be even weaker. There would only be about 10,000 divine masters left, and it would drag on for even longer. The Yi Immortal didn't want to see the situation change if they delayed. How long had it been since they attacked the Heaven Destroyer base? So many unforeseen events had already occurred. Who knew what would happen if they continued to drag on? The most important thing was to obtain the body of the human king. As long as they defeated the Heaven Destroyer base, they could easily destroy the Battle Saint tribe and the other races. Report. At this moment, someone came to report with an ugly expression. What's the matter? The Yi Immortal asked. Old ancestor, something bad has happened. We just received news that a force has appeared in the depths of the universe ruins. It is occupying a large amount of land in the universe ruins. The messenger reported. Chapter 4762. As soon as the news came out, the scene was in an uproar. The heavenly human race's experts' anger had yet to subside, but now, it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. A force? Which force is so bold? Don't they know that the ruins of the universe belong to our heavenly palace now? A lord of heaven shouted angrily. According to the news, it's the quasi-saint race. The messenger replied. What? Quasi-saint race? You damned ant, how dare you? Trying to fish in troubled waters again? Aren't they afraid of being annihilated? The heavenly human race's experts were stunned at first, then they shouted angrily. Only the Ye Immortal was calm as if he had already known about it. The quasi-saint race has indeed made their move. The Ye Immortal whispered. Old ancestor, let's do it. Send out the army and destroy the quasi-saint race in one fell swoop. At the same time, we'll deal with the battle saint tribe and the Buddhist race. Someone suggested. The Ye Immortal raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. Don't worry about these races for now. The human king's body is the key. Continue to focus on attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base. As long as we get the human king's body and find the human king's heart, we'll be able to sweep through the ages. These small races are nothing to worry about. The Ye Immortal ordered. Many heavenly human races experts hesitated. They were unwilling to do so because it was too shameful. If they didn't send people to suppress their betrayal, wouldn't they be laughed at? Wouldn't the other races be even more daring? This is an order. The Ye Immortal said coldly. Everyone had no choice but to accept the order. Also, pass down the order. Activate the 4 heavenly palaces and other important places and move them toward the ruins of the universe. In the future, the ruins of the universe will be our foundation. The starry sky of the universe is just a small place. The Ye Immortal continued to instruct. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and quickly started to spread the news. After a period of time, the heavenly palace started to move. The 4 heavenly palaces and important places like the illusion heavenly city began to move toward the ruins of the universe. When the news spread, the various races of the universe was even more shocked. Not long after, the news reached Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming revealed a smile. To him, this was undoubtedly good news. The withdrawal of the battle saint tribe, Buddha race, devil ancestor and spirit race would undoubtedly weaken the strength of the heavenly palace. Each of the top 10 clans had at least 100 divine masters, and some clans even had close to 200. Now that they had left, the number of divine masters in the heavenly palace had decreased significantly. As a result, the Heaven Destroyer base was able to hold on for a longer period of time. And the quasi-saint tribe's attack would also bring great pressure to the heavenly palace. The quasi-saint race naturally didn't make a move to support the Heaven Destroyer. It was only for their own benefits. Now, the ruins of the universe were about to become a holy land for cultivation. All sorts of divine medicines and all sorts of heavenly treasures were being nurtured. It was about to become a holy land for cultivation. It would be a place that all the major powers would fight for in the future. Only by occupying the ruins of the universe would they be able to borrow the vast amount of resources here in the future to continuously produce experts and rise rapidly. The quasi-saint race must have also seen this point and thus made a move. However, it was also a good thing for the Heaven Destroyer. The more chaotic the universe was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more chances the Heaven Destroyer would have. If no other powers intervened, the Heavenly Palace could attack the Heaven Destroyer with peace of mind. The destruction of the Heaven Destroyer was only a matter of time. The demon castle of Een ruins continued to fight with the Heavenly Palace's army. In the depths of the ruins of the universe, there was a huge group of continental fragments. There were a total of 50 continental fragments in this area. Among them, 49 continental fragments surrounded the largest continental fragment in the middle. These continental fragments were covered with arrays. When the arrays were activated, the surroundings became misty and this group of continental fragments was hidden in the void, making it difficult to discover. This was the base of the Quasi-Saint tribe, the headquarters of the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe had always been hiding in the ruins of the universe. Moreover, the continental fragment they occupied wasn't dead and was full of vitality. Moreover, the surrounding arrays had been modified by the ancestors of the Quasi-Saint tribe and were isolated from the outside world. Even in the past, the laws and profundities weren't chaotic. For countless years, the Quasi-Saint tribe had been flourishing here. They rarely appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Therefore, their numbers were extremely small and they were extremely mysterious. At this moment, in the largest continental fragment in the middle, a large hall was filled with people. These were the experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Most of them were peak almighty existences. Sangxiong, the peerless genius of the Quasi-Saint tribe, sat high on the main seat and looked down at the experts. In the era of the Origin Tribulation, the Origin Realm experts had all sealed themselves. Almighty was the peak. As the most talented person of the Quasi-Saint tribe and the son of the patriarch, Sangxiong naturally became the temporary leader of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Young master, now that we have occupied 20% of the explored area, do we still need to send troops? A peak almighty celestial tribe elder asked Sangxiong. The ruins of the universe were vast and boundless. It was much larger than the starry sky of the universe. Even after countless years, only 1/3 of the explored area had been explored. 20% of the explored area was an unimaginably large territory. It was much larger than the starry sky of the universe and there were countless continental fragments. It was enough for the Quasi-Saint tribe to reproduce. No, it's not enough. Continue to send troops and occupy more territory. Sangxiong said. Young master, if we continue, I'm afraid the celestial tribe will counterattack. Another peak almighty from the Quasi-Saint tribe said with a worried expression. Don't be afraid. In the eyes of the celestial tribe, the human king's physical body is the most important. They will definitely concentrate their forces to attack the Heaven Destroyer station. They won't be in the mood to attack us. Also, if we want to revive the supreme existence of our tribe, we need more resources. Therefore, we must occupy more territory and obtain more resources. When the supreme expert of our tribe is revived, the celestial tribe can be easily exterminated. Sangxiong said with determination and confidence. Of course, we don't need to overdo it. Just occupy 50% of the explored area. Sangxiong continued to instruct. Yes. The Quasi-Saint tribe experts received the order and continued to send troops to occupy more territory. This made the celestial tribe experts even angrier. Insatiable greed. The Quasi-Saint tribe is really insatiable. They should be exterminated. Kill, they should be killed. When the traitors are exterminated, the Quasi-Saint tribe will be exterminated. Many celestial tribe experts roared. However, Lu Ming and the demons of the Purple Eye and Silver Wing races gave them more headaches. During this period of time, the Heavenly Palace had lost about 500 almighties because of the encirclement of Lu Ming and the others. This made them feel heartache. These were 500 almighties, not divine emperors. Nurturing one almighty required a lot of resources. Although the demons' losses were not small, could the demons' lives be compared to the celestial tribes? Chapter 4763. In the eyes of the heavenly human race, no matter how many demons died, they couldn't compare to them. However, Lu Ming and this group of demons would continue to harass and attack them if they didn't eliminate them. Even if the 4 Heavenly Palace experts moved to the ruins of the universe, it was useless. They would still attack them. Just the illusory Heavenly Palace being breached was already a disastrous loss. All the treasures inside, as long as they had a bit of value, were swept clean. The experts of the dreamy Heavenly Palace almost vomited blood. However, if they continued to fight, the losses would be too great. Were they going to exchange 5,000 divine masters for 5,000 demon masters? They couldn't bear to do that. How many divine masters did the heavenly human race have? Therefore, the heavenly human race experts all suggested to the Yi Immortal to withdraw the heavenly human race experts and let the demons fight. Use demons to deal with demons. The heavenly human race experts withdrew to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. They only needed a few heavenly human race experts to control the demon masters to attack the Silver Wing and Purple Eye demons. This was an exchange of lives. The ones who died would be demons. It wouldn't be a loss to the heavenly human race. In any case, there were nearly 7,000 demon masters outside the Heaven Destroyer base. There were also some demon masters left in the Dark Universe. Together, they would be more than enough to deal with Lu Ming and the others. In this way, even if they couldn't completely eliminate Lu Ming and the others, they could at least delay them. The heavenly human race would focus on attacking the Heaven Destroyer base. After destroying the Heaven Destroyer, it would be very easy to concentrate on dealing with Lu Ming and the others. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Withdraw the heavenly human race experts and lead the demons to kill Lu Ming and the others. Also, gather all the demon masters that can be brought out of the Dark Universe to kill Lu Ming and the Silver Wing and Purple Eye demons. Yi Immortal ordered. After the order was passed down, they immediately started to move. 5,000 of the 7,000 demon masters immediately set off to surround Lu Ming and the others. Outside the Heaven Destroyer base, there were only about 5,000 divine masters and demon masters left in the heavenly palace. The strength of the attack was greatly reduced. However, the Heaven Destroyer didn't know about this. They thought that this was some kind of ploy by the heavenly human tribe, so they naturally didn't dare to send anyone to attack. Meanwhile, the celestial race plundered the Dark Universe and gathered another 2,000 or so demon masters to attack. They joined forces with the previous 5,000 demon masters, making a total of 7,000 demon masters. They charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Including the purple-eyed and silver-winged races, there were about 14,000 demon masters in the Dark Universe. This was a huge force that was not much weaker than the Heavenly Palace's power. If it weren't for the internal strife between the 4 demon races, they might have been able to break out of the encirclement of the heavenly human tribe. When the 7,000 demon masters caught up to the Een Ruins demon fortress, the celestial race's 7,500 divine masters all retreated back to the Heaven Destroyer base and continued to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. Only the 7,000 demon masters were left behind to chase after Lu Ming and the others. Damn it! Despicable heavenly human tribe. They want us to kill each other. Some demons roared. After seeing that their opponents were demons, the purple-eyed and silver-winged demons hesitated. If they went out and fought with the other demons, it would only weaken the demons and benefit the celestial race. Unfortunately, those demons were completely corrupted by the demon ancestral worms and became the puppets of the celestial race. Under the orders of the celestial race, they only knew how to attack crazily and were not afraid of death. However, seeing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The plan is halfway to success. Lu Ming smiled. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted to see. His goal was to make the celestial race send demons to attack them. Therefore, when the demons fought with the celestial race, he didn't stop them. Instead, he supported the demons. Because only by continuously fighting and causing the celestial race to suffer great losses would the celestial race feel heartache and send demons to attack them. Lu Ming immediately gathered Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others for a meeting. Everyone, our chance to turn defeat into victory has finally arrived. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Turn defeat into victory? With the current situation? How can we turn defeat into victory? Zixian and Yin Kong couldn't help but ask, full of doubts. The ones fighting with us now are the demons. As long as we get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, victory will be ours, won't it? Lu Ming asked with a smile. If we can get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, they will definitely hate the celestial race after being treated like this. They will definitely attack the celestial race crazily. Then, we can indeed turn defeat into victory. However, it's not that easy to get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies. They have to be soaked in water that contains the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal for more than half an hour. If we sprinkle the water with the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal on them, the celestial race will order them to leave immediately. It won't work at all. Zixian said. That's right. Unless we can fix them in one place and pour out a large amount of water that contains the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal and let them soak in it for more than half an hour. No, they will be completely corroded. It will take at least an hour. How can we do that? You have to understand that they are all divine masters. They can't set up a temporary formation that is so powerful that it can trap 7,000 divine masters. Kong added. Lu Ming nodded. What Xian and Kong said was reasonable. The current universe lacked formations that could deal with divine masters and above. The formations that could defend against divine masters had been strengthened over countless years and countless years. Only by combining all kinds of formations together would they have such an effect. For example, the mother planets of various races, the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer Station. It wasn't easy to set up a formation that could trap divine masters in a short time because they didn't have such a high-level formation, let alone one that could trap 7,000 fiend masters. Don't worry about that. We have a way. Lu Ming immediately told them about the 1,000 transformation ruins. He also said that Dandan could control the formations in the 1,000 transformation ruins. The 1,000 transformation ruins was left behind by a powerful formation in the last era. There were all kinds of formations left, so there was no lack of formations that could trap enemies. As long as they lured the 7,000 fiend masters to the 1,000 transformation ruins, they could trap them in a certain area and pour in water that contained the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal to get rid of the demon ancestral worms. There's actually such a place. Xian and Kong's eyes lit up. Now, as long as you lend me the demon ancestral blood crystal, it will be enough. Lu Ming said. As for the water, he didn't lack it at all. There was a complete fragment of a continent in the ancient desolation ring. There were all kinds of large lakes. Some of the lakes had a radius of tens of millions of miles and were boundless. In addition, the Heavenly Star continent was also kept in the ancient desolation ring. There were all kinds of large lakes on it, so it didn't lack water at all. That's easy. Xian nodded and waved her hand. The demon ancestral blood crystal flew towards Lu Ming. Chapter 4764. Xian handed the fiend ancestor blood crystal to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the fiend ancestor blood crystal with a wave of his hand and put it away in the chaos ring. After that, the fiend ancestor blood crystal landed in a huge lake in the stellar sky continent. The lake was huge, with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It contained a huge amount of lake water. When the demon ancestor blood crystal fell into the lake, strands of blood-red energy spread out and dissolved in the lake water. The lake water quickly turned red like blood and spread in all directions. Xian, Kong, and the others also started to move. They stopped running and took the initiative to face the demons controlled by the heavenly human tribe. They fought with them for a while and then controlled the demon castle of ruins to escape. Chase, don't let them escape. The Patriarch has ordered us to use demons to exhaust them. Don't be afraid of losses. We must annihilate these demons. The one leading this group of demons was one of the 4 strongest lords of heaven, Damning Lord of Heaven. She gave the order coldly. Her face was unusually gloomy. She hated Lu Ming, Xian, Kong, and the others to the core. She was born in the illusory Heavenly Palace and was the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. Her status was revered. However, the illusory Heavenly Palace was broken into by Lu Ming, Xian, Kong, and the others. They took all the treasures inside. This was a great humiliation to the heavenly human tribe in the illusory Heavenly Palace. Damning Lord of Heaven naturally wanted to destroy Lu Ming, Xian, Kong, and the others. She led 7,000 demons and chased after the demon castle of ruins. The demon castle of ruins flew in the direction of the 1,000 transformations ruins. Just like that, one chased and one fled all the way into the universe ruins. Oh no, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace is in front. Don't let them go. Chase after them and don't give them a chance to attack the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Damning Lord of Heaven shouted. During this period of time, the 4 Heavenly Palace and some important places of the Heavenly Palace had been moved to the universe ruins. Coincidentally, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace was in the direction that Lu Ming and the others were heading. Therefore, when the great dream Lord of Heaven saw the demon castle of En ruins flying in this direction, he thought that Lu Ming and the others' target was the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. Naturally, he led the demons to pursue with all his might. However, Lu Ming's destination was naturally not the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. They did not know that the crepe myrtle heavenly palace was in this direction. Before they could see the crepe myrtle heavenly palace, they had already arrived at the Wanhua ruins. The demon castle of En ruins flew directly into the Wanhua ruins. During this period of time, Dandan had already entered the myriad transformations ruins a step ahead and greeted the array spirit here. This place is a little strange. Stop. Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven shouted and ordered the demons to stop. She focused on the front, and her expression was a little uncertain. This place was obviously a ruin, a fragment of a continent left behind from the previous era. Why did the demon castle of En ruins fly here? My lord, if you are worried, why don't you send 5,000 demons in to investigate first and leave 2,000 outside to guard? If anything happens, there will be backup. Beside Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven, a burly heavenly human tribe man suggested. This burly man was also a top-tier Lord of Heaven. Although he was not as strong as the Lord of Heaven like Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven, there was not much difference. Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven, was not the only one from the heavenly human tribe. There were about 100 of them gathered around Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven. That makes sense. Let's do that. You guys, lead 5,000 demons in to check the situation. I will personally guard outside. If anything happens, immediately report to me. Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven ordered. Yes. Immediately, 50 heavenly humans led 5,000 demons in pursuit of the 1,000 Transformations ruins. They kept going deeper into the 1,000 Transformations ruins. Unknowingly, they came to the center of the 1,000 Transformations ruins and saw the demon castle of En ruins from afar. What the hell? A top-tier Lord of Heaven frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Lu Ming and the others wanted to stop fighting with them? That was exactly what they wanted. However, out of caution, he did not order them to attack immediately. Instead, he sent 100 demons to check the situation first. They are cautious. Only 5,000 demons came. But that's enough. Dandan, you can do it. Within the demon castle of En ruins, Lu Ming saw the heavenly human tribe's actions clearly. Things were not perfect. He had planned to kill all 7,000 demons in one go, but unfortunately, only 5,000 demons came. The other 2,000 demons were obviously waiting outside. However, 5,000 demons were enough. If he could get rid of all the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, the balance of strength between the two sides would be broken. Alright, my friends are getting impatient from waiting. Dandan grinned and then sent a message with a special method. The next moment, the 1,000 Transformations ruins, including the surrounding void, was filled with dazzling light. Endless light spread and turned into endless runes. The runes intertwined and formed many large arrays. All of them were arrays that could trap enemies. They formed layers of cages to trap the 5,000 demons and 50 heavenly human tribe members. We've been tricked. Attack, attack, break through these arrays and rush out. You want to trap us with arrays? Dream on. Attack. Several Lord of Heaven shouted and ordered the 5,000 demons to attack. Roar, the 5,000 demons roared and attacked with all their might. Demonic chi soared into the sky and 5,000 attacks bombarded in one direction. Boom. 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 An earth-shattering explosion erupted. However, what made the heavenly human tribe members dumbfounded was that the arrays were unharmed when the 5,000 demons attacked together. At most, it could only cause a slight ripple. How was that possible? What array in the universe could withstand the joint attack of 5,000 demon masters? Unless it was an array like the Heaven Destroyer base that had spent dozens of stellar years and a huge amount of resources to create. Only then would it have such an effect. Why would such an array suddenly appear here? A remnant array from the last era. The heavenly human tribe members' hearts trembled as they thought of this. Attack, attack quickly. You lowly demons, attack with all your might. A lord of heaven roared and ordered 50 million demons to attack crazily. However, it was still useless. The defensive power of the array here was too strong. Its level was shockingly high. Even though countless years had passed and its power had weakened a lot, it was still not something that the 5,000 demon masters could break in a short time. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. The 5,000 demon masters were trapped in a certain range. Dandan, ask your friends to attack and kill those 50 heavenly human tribe members. Lu Ming said to Dandan. With those 50 heavenly human tribe members inside, it would be difficult to move later. If they poured the lake water containing the demon ancestor blood crystal to help those demons get rid of the demon ancestor bugs, it would take at least an hour. At that time, if those heavenly human tribe members saw that the demon ancestor bugs were about to be removed and went crazy and killed the demons inside, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Therefore, they had to get rid of these heavenly human tribe members first. Chapter 4765. It's just 50 of them. That's easy. Dandan chuckled. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent as he sent a message to his array spirit friend. In the next moment, a new array formation appeared. This time, it was an offensive array formation. Hundreds of sword lights condensed and shot toward the 50 heavenly human race beings. The sword light avoided the demons and went straight for the heavenly humans. These sword lights were extremely powerful. Every single one of them was extremely frightening. Pft! 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 Immediately, more than a dozen heavenly humans were pierced by the sword lights and died on the spot. Although the other heavenly humans tried their best to resist, they were more or less injured. Even the top Lord of Heaven had a wound on his body. Blood flowed out. However, the sword lights had no intention of stopping. They continued to kill. Ah! Screams rang out continuously as heavenly humans were killed. Block it for me. Block these sword lights for me. The remaining heavenly humans roared and controlled the demons to surround themselves. They wanted to use the demons' bodies to block the sword lights. However, these were all useless. The sword lights directly shattered the void, bypassed the demons, and continued to kill the heavenly humans. In the end, all 50 heavenly humans were killed, including the top heavenly lord. Their fates were the same. Amazing. If we can lure the heavenly humans, including the Ye Immortal, here and kill them all with the array formation, wouldn't it be once and for all? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he also knew that it was impossible. If most of the people chasing them were from the heavenly humans, it would not be so easy to lure them here. That was because the myriad transformations ruins looked abnormal. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the traces of an array formation at a glance. If there was something abnormal, they would naturally not enter easily. However, it was different for the demons. Those heavenly humans did not take the lives of the demons seriously at all. Even if they knew that something was wrong, the ones who died were the demons. They did not care even if they lost a large number of demons. Moreover, those heavenly humans thought that with 5,000 demons, it would not be difficult for them to break out of the encirclement even if something was wrong. Therefore, even if they knew that something was wrong, they still rushed in. They could lure the demons here, but it was almost impossible for them to lure the heavenly human tribe here. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't use this method when it was the heavenly human tribe that was chasing after them. This method could only be used once. If it were to be exposed, it would be impossible to lure the demons over. Now, all that was left was the final step. Whoosh! Lu Ming charged out of the devil castle of En ruins and into the sky. With a thought, the great desolation ring lit up and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. A huge amount of blood-red lake water poured out from the whirlpool into the formation. More and more blood-red lake water appeared, and the 5,000 demons were soon drowned by the massive amount of blood-red lake water. Those fiends roared. At first, they struggled and howled in pain. That was because the ancestral fiend blood crystal's energy had already seeped into their bodies through the lake water and began suppressing the ancestral fiend insects. After a while, when the devil ancestor insect was suppressed to a certain extent, the demons calmed down. They quietly sank into the lake and remained motionless. The ancestral fiend blood crystal's energy began to completely remove the ancestral fiend insects. Outside the myriad transformations ruins, the great dream Lord of Heaven and the rest led 2,000 demons and demon masters and waited quietly. However, after 10 minutes, there was no movement at all. They also didn't receive any news. This made the great dream Lord of Heaven's face turn gloomy. In fact, the 50 heavenly human tribe members that were killed wanted to send a message to the great dream Lord of Heaven before they died, telling him that they had been tricked. Unfortunately, the formation isolated them and the voice transmission jade talisman couldn't send a message at all. As for the illusory godly jade, it was useless in the universe ruins. Although the laws of the universe ruins had become orderly now, it was a huge project to let the illusory godly jade transmit a message in the universe ruins. It would take a long time. In addition, it required an extremely strong expert to do it. This was because the universe ruins was too big. It was impossible to do it in such a short time. Send a message to them and ask what's going on. The great dream Lord of Heaven instructed a heavenly human tribe member. The heavenly human tribe member immediately took out the voice transmission jade talisman to send a message, but he realized that the message couldn't be sent out at all. The great dream Lord of Heaven's face turned even gloomier and uglier. She had a bad feeling in her heart. What exactly happened in the ruins? The great dream Lord of Heaven whispered. However, she didn't dare to go in to investigate. If even the 5,000 demon masters had met with misfortune, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for the 2,000 demon masters to enter? Then, she ordered 10 demon masters to fly into the myriad transformations ruins to investigate the situation. Naturally, they didn't return. As soon as the 10 demons entered the depths of the myriad transformations ruins, they were captured by Lu Ming and the rest. Instead of killing them, they were all thrown into the formation and soaked in the lake water that contained the energy of the demon ancestor blood crystal. Damn it, what's going on? The great dream Lord of Heaven roared as she became more and more anxious. However, she couldn't think of a way, nor did she dare to go in. She could only wait anxiously outside the myriad transformations ruins. Soon, more than an hour passed. Look, it's the Een Ruins Demon Castle. A heavenly human race god master suddenly shouted. The Een Ruins Demon Castle flew out from the depths of the myriad transformations ruins. However, the 5,000 demon masters under their control were nowhere to be seen. Retreat, retreat quickly. The great dream Lord of Heaven shouted. There were 5,000 demon masters in the Een Ruins Demon Castle, while they only had 2,000. The difference in strength was too great, and they couldn't fight head-on. They could only retreat and wait for the 5,000 demon masters to appear. Kill. A cold voice came from the Een Ruins Demon Castle. The Een Ruins Demon Castle quickly flew through the air and chased after the great dream Lord of Heaven and the rest. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ming and the rest naturally wouldn't miss it. If these 2,000 demon masters escaped to the Heaven Destroyer's base, it would be difficult to deal with them. Now was the best chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. The great dream Lord of Heaven led the 2,000 demon masters and fled quickly. The Een Ruins Demon Castle chased after them. However, they didn't fly far. In the void in front of the great dream Lord of Heaven and the rest, dense demonic energy suddenly filled the air. The demonic energy soared into the sky, and a large number of demons appeared. 5,000 demon masters. They were the 5,000 demon masters that had disappeared. The great dream Lord of Heaven and the rest were overjoyed. Although they didn't know why the 5,000 demon masters had appeared behind them after chasing them into the ruins. However, it was fine as long as they were fine. The great dream Lord of Heaven led the 2,000 demon masters and rushed toward the 5,000 demon masters. However, when the two sides approached, the great dream Lord of Heaven's heart suddenly contracted. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. because she realized that something was wrong with the 5,000 demon masters. Chapter 4766. Big Dream Lord of Heaven soon discovered that something was wrong with these 5,000 demon masters. Originally, the 5,000 demon masters were corroded by the demon ancestral worm and lost their intelligence. They were reduced to puppets, and their eyes were muddle-headed. But it was different now. In the eyes of these demons, apart from brutal killing intent, there was also deep-seated hatred. And the target of this hatred was them. To be precise, it was their celestial race. There was only one possibility, and that was that these demons had regained their consciousness, and the demon ancestral worm in their bodies was at least suppressed. How was this possible? They had only disappeared for more than an hour, and these demons had recovered? However, the truth was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Her heart kept sinking. There were 5,000 demon masters in front and behind, and they were in fatal danger. But she was not an ordinary person. She would not easily accept her fate. Charge out to the side. Big Dream Lord of Heaven roared and controlled the 2,000 demon masters to charge to the side. Stop them. Don't let them go. The 5,000 demon masters roared and spread out, forming a fan shape and surrounding Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the others. At the same time, in the Yin Ruins demon castle, Lu Ming and the others also began to move. Zi Xian and Yin Kong led the 5,000 demon masters of the two royal races and rushed out of the Yin Ruins demon castle. They also formed a fan shape and surrounded Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the others. Surrounded from the front and back, the 5,000 demon masters led by Big Dream Lord of Heaven had nowhere to run. Soon, they were caught up. Both sides collided. 10,000 against 2,000, it was too easy. However, Lu Ming and the others, as well as the 5,000 demon masters who had their demon ancestral worms removed, did not kill them. They tried their best to capture the 2,000 demon masters alive, wanting to remove the demon ancestral worms for them. This was a powerful force, and it would be a waste to kill them all. Removing the demon ancestral worms for them would instead be a powerful force against the celestial race. The battle was completely one-sided. It was one-sided. The 2,000 demon masters were constantly being suppressed and controlled. However, these 2,000 demon masters were controlled by Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the others. They fought crazily without caring about their own defense. This way, some were naturally killed. However, most of them were under control. Even more demons charged toward the Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the other 50 heavenly humans. Big Dream's Lord of Heaven's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. She charged left and right, continuously killing more than 10 demons. However, in the next moment, the two terrifying demons charged towards the Lord of Heaven. Among the demons, there were also extremely powerful demon masters who were not weaker than the most powerful Lord of Heaven. These two demon masters were existences on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. With the two of them working together, even if the Great Dream Lord of Heaven's great dream power was mysterious and unfathomable, it was difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. "I'll go kill her," Bone Demon said. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Big Dream Lord of Heaven. Bone Demon held the purple gold battle axe in his hand. This was one of the divine weapons of the heavenly court. Its power was extremely powerful and astonishing. The purple gold battle axe slashed towards Big Dream Lord of Heaven, causing Big Dream Lord of Heaven to be greatly alarmed. Her figure was like a dream as it split into hundreds of figures. In the end, she successfully dodged the attack of the purple gold battle axe. However, the other two powerful demon masters also charged over. Facing three existences of the same level, Big Dream Lord of Heaven was practically powerless to resist. She could only dodge with all her might. Great Dream Domain. Big Dream Lord of Heaven gave a low shout. The Great Dream Domain spread out, enveloping Bone Demon and the two strongest demon masters. Once, Big Dream Lord of Heaven used this move to make all the living beings in an entire galaxy fall into a dream and be at the mercy of others. The effect of this move was extremely shocking against existences of the same level. Big Dream Lord of Heaven was known as one of the 4 strongest lords of heaven. She was the most terrifying and most dangerous existence because of her great dream domain. It was impossible to guard against it. Back then, Lion still needed to cooperate with another top-notch divine lord to be able to fight against Big Dream Lord of Heaven. Once the great dream domain was released, the other 2 strongest demon masters were a little dazed. Their attacks paused for a moment. To Big Dream Lord of Heaven, the opponent's attacks paused for a moment. It was enough for her to escape. Unfortunately, this time, she miscalculated. Bone Demon didn't have any reaction to her great dream domain. Bone Demon's attacks didn't stop at all. The purple gold battle axe continued to slash towards Big Dream Lord of Heaven. Big Dream Lord of Heaven obviously didn't expect that Bone Demon wasn't affected at all. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Pooh! The purple gold battle axe struck her. At the crucial moment, Big Dream Lord of Heaven used all her methods to dodge. Moreover, there was an automatic defensive treasure on her body that activated at the crucial moment. But it still couldn't block the purple gold battle axe. The defensive treasure shattered. Big Dream Lord of Heaven's body flew out. A terrifying wound appeared on her body. She was almost split in half. Although her body wasn't completely split in half, the purple gold battle axe contained a terrifying destructive power. It still caused her heavy injuries. Blood continuously spurted out from her mouth. Her face was deathly pale. There wasn't a trace of blood. Why? Why didn't my great dream domain affect you at all? Big Dream Lord of Heaven roared. Her eyes revealed a look of despair. She knew that in her current state, it was impossible for her to escape from the hands of 3 experts of the same level. Before she died, she wanted to understand why Bone Demon could defend against her great dream domain. You, a mere divine lord, want to shake my soul fire? Ridiculous. Bone Demon said indifferently. He was originally an existence of the origin realm. Although his cultivation realm had fallen below the origin realm and his origin root had dissipated, his soul fire was still not something a divine lord could compare to. You, Big Dream Lord of Heaven's eyes revealed a look of understanding. At this moment, the attacks of the 2 strongest demon kings had already arrived. Big Dream Lord of Heaven was naturally unwilling to die like this. She fought back with all her might. However, Bone Demon's attack just now had caused too much damage to her. It was difficult for her to maintain her peak strength. In addition, Bone Demon had also arrived. Even if she fought with all her might, she couldn't do it. After barely resisting a few moves, Bone Demon chopped off her head. Her corpse was torn apart by the 2 strongest demon kings. The generation's strongest Lord of Heaven had fallen just like that. As for the remaining dozens of heavenly humans, they were all killed as well. Of the 2,000 demon kings, about 800 were killed. The remaining 1,200 were sealed and controlled. Yin Kong, Zi Xian, I didn't think that your 2 races would save us. This time, my race owes you a favor. A muscular demon flew over to Zi Xian, Yin Kong, and the others. This person had a golden horn on his head that looked like it was made of gold. This was another one of the 4 demon royal clans. The current leader of the Golden Horn clan was called Jiao Du. This time, we demons were tricked by the heavenly humans. We were almost completely wiped out. Our common enemy is the heavenly humans. We saved you to deal with the heavenly humans. Zi Xian said indifferently. Although we are enemies, my Jiao Du clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. This time, we owe you a favor. We will definitely return it in the future. Jiao Du smiled. Chapter 4767. If you want to talk about favors, you should thank Lu Ming. He was the one who helped us obtain the demonic ancestor blood crystal. Previously, he was also the one who designed it. With the help of his friends, we trapped all of you with the array. Only then did we have the chance to help you get rid of the demonic ancestor worm. Zi Xian pointed at Lu Ming and said. Kakuzu and the others looked at Lu Ming. A human? I, Jiao, will remember this favor. Kakuzu grinned. What are you going to do now? Zi Xian asked Kakuzu. We're going to kill the heavenly human race, of course. Those despicable heavenly human race actually used us as puppets. That's unforgivable. I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart if I don't kill all of them. Kakuzu said coldly. His eyes were ferocious and filled with murderous intent, like a ferocious beast. The demons with Kakuzu were similar. They were filled with murderous intent and couldn't wait to kill the heavenly human race immediately. Their hearts were filled with anger and murderous intent when they thought about how they had been corrupted by the ancestral demon bugs and completely turned into puppets for the heavenly human race. If Lu Ming, Zi Xian, and the others hadn't saved them, they would have been reduced to walking corpses and puppets for the heavenly human race for the rest of their lives. It was even worse than killing them. That's exactly what I wanted. The heavenly human race is now besieging the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming and the others are from the Heaven Destroyer. Let's go to the Heaven Destroyer's base and attack from both sides with the Heaven Destroyer. We can defeat the heavenly human race in one fell swoop. Zi Xian immediately said. Lu Ming smiled. Sure enough, he was right. Once the ancestral demon bugs were removed, those demons would never let the heavenly human race go. Without him saying anything, those demons would attack the heavenly human race. Now, the total number of demons here was close to 11,000. In addition to the 5,000 almighty from the Heaven Destroyer, their numbers were no less than the heavenly palaces. In fact, they had even more almighty than the heavenly palace. There were only 2,000 demon masters left in the heavenly palace, while there were only 16,000 divine masters left in the heavenly palace. Among them, the Battle Saint tribe, the Buddha race, the demon ancestor, and the spirit race had already left. In addition to the losses they suffered during this period of time, the heavenly palace had less than 15,000 God Lord realm experts. With the addition of the 2,000 demons, there were less than 17,000. However, some of them were divine masters who were chasing after the escapees. There were about 2,000 of them. As a result, there were less than 15,000 divine masters left around the Heaven Destroyer's base. It was a rare opportunity to kill them now. After discussing for a while, they began to act. Of course, the first thing to do was to get rid of the demon ancestral insects from the 1,200 fiend demon masters that they had just suppressed. This was very simple. They returned to the myriad transformations ruins and threw these 1,200 fiend demon masters into the lake that contained the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal. After more than an hour, these 1,200 fiend demon masters all returned to normal. Once these fiend demon masters returned to normal and learned of their fate, they were naturally enraged. They howled and shouted that they wanted to kill the celestial race and take revenge. All the fiend demons entered the Een Ruins demon castle. Then, the Een Ruins demon castle broke through the void and headed toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. The Myriad Transformations ruins was originally located in the ruins of the universe, so it wasn't very far from the Heaven Destroyer's base. In just a little over 2 days, they arrived near the Heaven Destroyer's base. Even from afar, one could hear a loud explosion coming from the distant void. In the vicinity of the Heaven Destroyer's base, there were about 15,000 divine masters in addition to the 2,000 fiend demon masters. They were divided into 2 groups and took turns to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base's array formation. After not seeing each other for some time, the Heaven Destroyer's base's array formation had dimmed by quite a bit. At this rate, the Heaven Destroyer's base's array formation would be broken in 200 years at most. Kill. Kill the celestial race. Kill them. All the fiend demons were enraged. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent as they rushed out of the Een Ruins demon castle. About 11,000 fiend demon masters filled the air with demonic chi and demonic might. Their cries shook the sky as they charged toward the Heavenly Palace's experts. The Heavenly Palace's experts noticed the fiend army from afar. What's going on? So many fiend demon masters. What happened? Could it be that the fiend ancestral worm in their bodies has been removed? Countless heavenly humans experts were shocked beyond words and yelled in disbelief. Those who were attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base couldn't help but stop. Even if it was Yi Xiao, at this moment, his heart was going crazy. However, he was someone who had experienced countless storms after all, so he quickly calmed down. Stop attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base first. Gather and deal with the fiend demons first. Ye Immortal's roar reverberated throughout the area. Swish. 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 The heavenly palace's divine masters gathered together. Attack! Ye Immortal yelled when the fiend army was close to them. Nearly 15,000 divine Lord Realm existences attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks tore through the void as they attacked the evil demon army. Kill! 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 The fiend army roared as demonic chi surged. They attacked with all their might and blocked the attacks of the Heavenly Palace's experts. In the next moment, the two sides clashed and engaged in close combat. In an instant, many people from both sides were killed. However, the fiend army had fewer divine masters, so they were at a disadvantage and lost more divine masters. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as he stabbed out his war god spear and killed a heavenly human. Lu Ming, die! The heavenly human race's experts had their eyes on Lu Ming. A powerful lord of heaven charged toward Lu Ming. However, Gu Mo, who was beside Lu Ming, struck out with his purple golden battle axe and split a lord of heaven in half. The terrifying power destroyed his soul as well. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the 10,000 gods didn't separate from Gu Mo. With Gu Mo's protection and their own combat strength, they were safe for the time being. Everyone from Heaven Destroyer, this is a golden opportunity. Why don't you attack and destroy the Heavenly Palace? What are you waiting for? Lu Ming yelled. His voice was transmitted to the base of Heaven Destroyer. At the same time, his body swelled and emitted a dazzling light. He wanted the people from Heaven Destroyer to see him. It's Lu Ming. Those fiends were brought here by Lu Ming. There's no problem. The experts of Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. They didn't attack immediately just now because they were afraid of falling into a trap. The fiends were clearly controlled by the heavenly human race. They were afraid that this was a show between the heavenly human race and the fiends. The purpose was to lure them out and then kill them all. However, after seeing Lu Ming, they knew that the fiends were really fighting with the heavenly human race. It wasn't a conspiracy. Kill. So, divine masters, let's kill our way out. Lion was the first to roar. Kill. The other experts also roared. Open the array and kill our way out. The array formation of Heaven Destroyer's base was opened, and 5,000 divine masters charged out. Chapter 4768. The 5,000 Almighty from Heaven Destroyer charged out. Their killing intent soared to the sky, and their eyes were fierce. They pushed their combat power to the limit and charged toward the Heavenly Palace powerhouses without any regard for their lives. The people from Heaven Destroyer were really frustrated. For more than 500 years, they could only hide in Heaven Destroyer's base and let the Heavenly Palace attack them continuously. They couldn't fight back, and it was really frustrating. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to vent. The 5,000 Almighty from Heaven Destroyer charged out from behind the Heavenly Palace, and the expressions of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses changed drastically. Naturally, they couldn't concentrate their forces to deal with the demons. They could only send 5,000 Almighty to fight against the people from Heaven Destroyer. There were more than 30,000 divine masters on both sides, and an unprecedentedly chaotic battle broke out in this region. At least, in this era, it was really unprecedented to send so many Almighty to fight in such a chaotic battle. Even in the battle between the heavenly human tribe and the primitive divine spirit, there were far fewer Almighty than this. More than 30,000 Almighty were fighting in a chaotic battle. It was terrifying, and the destruction caused was shocking. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the universe, and there were no other continental fragments around except for Heaven Destroyer's base. Therefore, there was no destructive disaster. If this was the universe, one star zone after another would be destroyed. In Heaven Destroyer's base, countless living beings looked into the void with deep shock in their eyes. This scene was like an epic battle, and the impact on them was too strong. The Almighty, who were usually high and mighty, were just small soldiers in such a great battle. There were Almighty dying at every moment. Their bodies were torn apart, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just over 10 minutes, more than 1,000 Almighty from both sides had died. The heavenly palace was gradually at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Logically speaking, although the number of Almighty from the heavenly palace was less than the demons and Heaven Destroyer combined, it was still a lot less. At most, it should be less than 1,000. They shouldn't be defeated so quickly. However, the morale and fighting spirit of the heavenly palace were far inferior to that of the demons and the Heaven Destroyer. The Abyss Devils were warlike and ferocious to begin with. On top of that, they had been corrupted by the heavenly human tribe's demon ancestral worm and turned into puppets. Their hatred for the heavenly human tribe was simply monstrous. They were not afraid of death and wanted nothing more than to kill the entire heavenly human tribe. On the other hand, Heaven Destroyer's morale and fighting spirit weren't bad either. They had been holding back for so many years, and now, they were bursting out together. At the same time, they also understood that this battle was extremely important to them. If they could win, the Heaven Destroyer situation would be completely revived. If he was defeated, then he would be in real danger. Therefore, the people of Heaven Destroyer were also fighting with their lives on the line. On the other hand, the Heavenly Palace was the complete opposite. Among the fighters from the Heavenly Palace, there were more than 1,000 divine lords from other clans. These divine lords did not have much fighting spirit. They were already dissatisfied with the heavenly human tribe. Usually, he was bullied by the heavenly human race and influenced by those who escaped from the heavenly prison. Among them, there were also experts from other clans. It was just that they were not as bold as the Battle Saint tribe, the Buddhist race, the demon ancestor, and the spirit race to directly leave the heavenly palace. However, they were naturally unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the heavenly human tribe. Therefore, during the battle, these people naturally played along and would not really fight with their lives on the line. As for the heavenly human tribe, their fighting spirit was not high either. The main reason was that the difference was too great. Originally, the heavenly human tribe, or the heavenly palace, had the absolute advantage. They controlled the demons and besieged the Heaven Destroyer. It was as if they were going to unify the universe. However, not long after, the situation had completely changed. The people of the heavenly human tribe could not accept this. The blow was too great. They were a little confused, and their fighting spirit was naturally not high. In this way, although the difference in numbers between the two sides was not much, the heavenly palace was steadily losing ground. If they retreated, the situation would be even worse. Many people's fighting spirit would be even lower, and it would be difficult for them to exert their combat strength. They were also suppressed, and their losses were increasing. The expressions of the Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, and the others became more and more gloomy. Patriarch, what should we do? If this continues, we will suffer heavy losses. A Lord of Heaven asked the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal's expression became more and more unsightly. Retreat, retreat. The Yi Immortal was very decisive. He directly ordered a retreat. Gather, retreat. A Lord of Heaven's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. The elites of the heavenly palace were greatly energized. They gathered together, not to attack, but to defend. At the same time, the heavenly human tribe controlled the remaining 2,000 demons to line up at the front as the main force to resist the attacks from all sides. The strength of the two sides was originally not much different. The heavenly palace focused on defense and immediately stabilized the situation, and no more people died. The demons and the Heaven Destroyer continued to attack, but they could not break through the defense of the heavenly palace. The overlords of the heavenly palace fought and retreated, quickly moving away from the Heaven Destroyer's base. After the evil demons and the heaven exterminating troop chased for a while, they stopped and did not continue the chase. It was meaningless to continue the pursuit. The other side was focused on defense and it was difficult for them to break through. We won. The members of the Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed. However, they were still wary of the demons and retreated to the Heaven Destroyer's base. Everyone, what are your plans next? Lu Ming asked Zi Xian, Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the others. Is this the legendary universe ruins? The cultivation environment of the ruins left behind by the Eldritch continent is indeed much better than the dark universe. Our race will naturally live and reproduce in the universe ruins, Jiao Du said. That's right. Since we have come out, we will naturally occupy a place in the universe ruins. Zi Xian also said. Yin Kong and another member of the demon royal family had the same idea. Also, their feud with the heavenly human race hadn't ended yet. They wouldn't let the heavenly human race off easily. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. With the demons restraining them, the heavenly human race shouldn't have the strength to attack the Heaven Destroyer again. The Heaven Destroyer could use the Heaven Destroyer's base as its core to expand outward, occupy a part of the territory, and recuperate. The universe ruins were now a treasure land that couldn't be missed. However, the 4 demon royal families still had one important thing to resolve. That was the demon ancestor blood crystal. This was the supreme treasure of the demons. None of the 4 demon royal families was willing to let it go. Back then, the 4 demon royal families fought each other because of the demon ancestor blood crystal. This time, none of them gave in. Everyone wanted to control it. Everyone, listen to me. Back then, the heavenly human race had an opportunity to block you in the dark universe for countless years because of the demon ancestor blood crystal. Now, do you want to repeat the same mistake? Lu Ming said. Zi Xian, Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the others fell silent. They understood the reason, but they weren't willing to give up. Why don't you jointly control the demon ancestor blood crystal? You have to understand that your common enemy now is the heavenly human race. Lu Ming suggested. Chapter 4769. After a discussion, the 4 royal demon clans finally decided to share the demon ancestor blood crystal. The 4 royal demon clans would send experts to guard it together and share the benefits equally. After the discussion, the 4 royal demon clans bade farewell to Lu Ming and left with a whoosh. Next, the situation will be turbulent. Lu Ming sighed slightly. He could imagine that the major forces would begin to compete for the universe ruins. Now, the cultivation environment in the universe ruins was getting better and better, far surpassing the universe starry sky. Some of the continent fragments that used to be dead had shown signs of vitality, filled with rich energy, and even primordial crystals had been dug out. It was conceivable that the cultivation environment in the universe ruins would get better and better in the future. This was the foundation of the major forces. Occupying the universe ruins was equivalent to occupying the resources. In the future, there would be more and more experts, which was the capital to dominate the universe. It was conceivable that the Heavenly Palace, the quasi-sage race, the demons, the Heaven Destroyer, and some other strong races would crazily compete for the continent fragments in the universe ruins. The entire universe had entered a new era. This is a good thing. At least the Heavenly Palace will no longer dominate the universe. This is more conducive to the development of the Heaven Destroyer. Xian Yinqing said. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others nodded. Such a situation was naturally more advantageous for the Heaven Destroyer. They had a chance to breathe. As long as they got the Human King's heart and collected the Human King's body, they would be able to dominate the universe in one fell swoop. Let's go back to the station. Lu Ming said. Then, they returned to the Heaven Destroyer station. At this moment, the Heaven Destroyer station was filled with cheers. After hundreds of years, the crisis had finally been resolved. Everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Lu Ming, as soon as Lu Ming and the others returned, Lion, Shi, Tang Jun, and the others surrounded them. Lu Ming, what's going on? Why did those demons suddenly counterattack and fight with the heavenly human race? Is it related to you? Tang Jun asked a bunch of questions. Her first instinct was that this matter had something to do with Lu Ming. Lion and the others curiously looked at Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming's group had clearly been together with the demons. Moreover, it would appear that their relationship was quite good. Let me tell you. I'm the one who contributed the most in this matter. Lu Ming only assisted me. Let me tell you, sure enough, before Lu Ming could say anything, Dandan beat him to it. Spittle flew everywhere as he recounted their experiences during this period of time. Of course, when it came from Dandan's mouth, the meaning changed. Everything became his contribution. Especially the battle in the Myriad Transformations ruins where he helped the evil demons get rid of the demonic ancestral worm, it was even more exaggerated by him. That's right. This time, if it weren't for me, Heaven Destroyer would have been in danger. In the end, Dandan concluded with a smug look on his face. Fortunately, Tang Jun, Lion and the others knew what kind of person Dandan was, so they automatically filtered out Dandan's bragging when they heard it. But they were still stunned when they heard the last part. They didn't expect that Lu Ming and the others had gone through so much during this period of time. They even rescued the demons and successfully turned the situation around, bringing the situation of the universe to a new stage. Dandan was right about one thing. This time, if it weren't for Lu Ming and the others, Heaven Destroyer would really be in danger. Now that the universe has changed, the ruins of the universe will become a sacred place for cultivation. All kinds of heavenly treasures will be born continuously. If we want to compete with the Heavenly Palace in the future, we can't miss this opportunity. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you're right. Next, we have to take action. We'll use Heaven Destroyer's base as the core and send out overlords to expand, Lion said. Next, the higher-ups of Heaven Destroyer gathered together to discuss their future path. After the discussion, they began to take action. They sent out overlords to occupy those continent fragments with the base as the core. In the following days, the entire universe entered an era of great competition. After the Heavenly Palace retreated, they returned to the 4 heavenly palaces and began to occupy large amounts of the ruins of the universe with the 4 heavenly palaces as the core. The demons were the same. With the 4 royal races as the core, they frantically occupied the ruins of the universe. In addition, the Battle Saint tribe, the Buddhist race, and other large races also occupied a portion. However, these races knew that their strength was limited, so they only occupied a small portion and didn't expand outwards. In just a few months, 1/3 of the explored area of the ruins of the universe was divided up by various major forces. Among them, the Quasi-Saint tribe occupied the largest area because they took the initiative and occupied 50% of the explored area. The remaining 50% was divided up by the Heavenly Palace, the demons, Heaven Destroyer, and other forces. Obviously, the Heavenly Palace seemed to be rather afraid of the Quasi-Saint tribe and didn't have any conflicts with them for the time being. Part of the reason was because they didn't have enough strength. During this period of time, the demons constantly attacked the areas occupied by the Heavenly Palace. In just a few months, both sides had fought dozens of battles of various sizes. At the same time, after the demons occupied a portion of the territory, they began to send people back to the Dark Universe and began to borrow the power of the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal to eliminate the Demon Ancestor worms for the demons below the God Master level. As time passed, a large number of demons walked out of the Dark Universe and spread to various parts of the universe ruins to reproduce. Time passed quickly and several years passed in the blink of an eye. The entire universe had entered a new stage. Apart from the occasional fights between the demons and the Heavenly Palace, there were no other large-scale battles. All the major forces seemed to be brewing and accumulating strength with all their strength to increase their strength. Of course, the major forces didn't give up on the pursuit of the human monarch's heart. Whether it was the Quasi-Saint tribe, the Heavenly Palace, or the Heaven Destroyer, they had secretly sent people to investigate various parts of the universe ruins to look for clues about the human monarch's heart. Because the major forces understood that the human monarch's heart was the key. Because once it appeared, it was likely to immediately change the current situation. During this period, Lu Ming didn't pay attention to other matters. Those development matters could be left to others. Lu Ming wholeheartedly cultivated and crazily refined the chaos crystals to increase his strength. After a few years, Lu Ming successfully refined all the 500 million chaos crystals in his possession. His cultivation had finally advanced another step and reached the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. After breaking through to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased sharply. With my current battle prowess, I should be second only to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming muttered. He was confident that if he encountered a top-notch Lord of Heaven like the silver-armored Lord of Heaven from the immeasurable demon abyss, he wouldn't be defeated and could even defeat the other party. His current battle prowess should still be a little weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven, but it shouldn't be too big of a difference. It could be said that Lu Ming already didn't have many opponents in the Divine Master Realm. Chapter 4770. In the past few years, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Wan Shen, Tang Jun and the others had been cultivating wholeheartedly. They were in a stage of rapid growth, so they naturally did not participate in other trivial matters. Their only goal was to cultivate and increase their strength. Furthermore, they had obtained a large amount of resources in the illusory heavenly palace. They could convert these resources into strength. Dandan and Wanshan's cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was not that easy for a 9th-tier Divine Master to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. It was not something that could be done by piling up resources. It needed to be slowly accumulated. This was especially true for Xian Yanqing, who had condensed an origin source seed in the past. The origin source energy contained within the origin source energy did not have its own unique characteristics. It was a common type of origin source energy. The attributes of the origin source seeds condensed by Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Yi Qiuxian, Dandan and the others were more or less the same. However, the origin energy of peak God Masters and reciprocity existences all possessed unique characteristics. Everyone's origin energy would be slightly different, and it would be most compatible with them. If Xian Yanqing wanted to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, he would first have to convert the origin source energy in his origin source energy into origin source energy with his own unique characteristics. He would then connect to the cosmic sea through the cosmic bridge, comprehend the origin source, and slowly accumulate origin source energy. Only when his origin source energy was sufficiently abundant would he break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. This step depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability would need less time to reach this step. Those with low comprehension ability would need more time. This step required accumulation. It was difficult to rely on resources. Of course, treasures that could increase comprehension ability were an exception. Even with Xian Yanqing's experience from his previous life, he would still need quite some time to break through. Now that my cultivation has reached the 8th tier of the Divine Master Realm, the amount of resources needed to break through is too terrifying. I'll need at least 5 to 6 billion desolate crystals. Where can I get so many desolate crystals? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Even if he emptied the vaults of the 4 heavenly palaces, he would not be able to gather 5 to 6 billion desolate crystals. Fortunately, the universe had undergone great changes. Desolate crystals had appeared in many formerly dead continent fragments. The speed and path to obtaining desolate crystals was much faster than before. He could slowly accumulate them in the future. Qiuqiu's lack of resources. Progress, Lu Ming thought about Qiuqiu. Qiu's Divine Master Realm, Qiu had stagnated. The main reason was that they lacked broken source-grade divine weapons or top-grade metal materials. Qiu and Qiu, Qiu and Qiu and Qiu and Qiu and Qiu had. Qiu times Qiu. Qiu was getting stronger and stronger. After swallowing many kinds of broken source-level divine weapons, its means had become more varied. It was of great help to Lu Ming. At the critical moment, it could turn the tide of the battle. Qiu Palace suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He planned to take out a divine weapon of the heavenly court for Qiu to devour. Those divine weapons were all attack type. Lu Ming already had the battle god spear, so he didn't need anything else. He had originally planned to leave it for his family. However, he didn't know how long it would take for his family and disciples to improve their cultivation. It would be a waste for him to keep it in his possession. He might as well give one to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu's cultivation would increase and it would be of great help to him. Hall Guardian Divine Armaments were top-notch source-grade divine armaments, so they would definitely help Qiuqiu greatly. Little ball, this is for you. Since he had made up his mind, a divine weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he passed it to Qiuqiu. This is, Qiuqiu's eyes immediately lit up. However, he did not swallow it immediately. He knew that this was a precious treasure that Lu Ming had his eyes on. This is for you. Eat it and break through quickly. Lu Ming smiled. Since you're giving it to me, I won't stand on ceremony. Qiuqiu's saliva almost flowed out. He opened his mouth and swallowed the divine weapon in one gulp. A satisfied look appeared on his face. Then, Lu Ming took out 15 kilograms of ice fire star silver and gave it to Qiuqiu. Hall Guardian Divine Armaments were not to be underestimated. They were top-notch divine armaments. He was afraid that Qiuqiu would have a lot of impurities after eating it, which would affect his foundation and make it difficult for him to break through. With the ice fire star silver, it would be safe. After Qiuqiu ate the 15 kilograms of ice fire star silver, it turned into a bracelet and was worn on Lu Ming's hand. Next, let's continue to comprehend the secret art and battle formula. Lu Ming got up and went to the place where the primordial divine sound was and continued to comprehend the secret art and battle formula. Since he couldn't break through in his cultivation, he could only comprehend the battle formula and secret art. This way, he could also increase his combat strength. Sky Continent, a huge continent fragment in the universe ruins. This was also an important place in the primeval continent in the last era. It was similar to the thousand-year battlefield and contained a lot of resources. Just like the thousand-year battlefield, Heaven Destroyer had also sent many elites to compete with the Heavenly Palace for the Sky Continent. They fought and fought for resources. But now, Heaven Destroyer's people had already retreated. The Sky Continent had become the Heavenly Palace's property. In the sky above the Sky Continent, 4 huge ancient palaces floated. The 4 heavenly palaces. That's right, the heavenly palaces, 4 heavenly palaces, the Dream Heavenly Palace, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, the Primordial Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Armament Heavenly Palace, were all gathered here. This place had become the Heavenly Palace's headquarters in the universe ruins. Under the Heavenly Palace's continent, there was a huge palace. At this time, a large number of heavenly human elites had gathered in the palace to discuss something. Yes, there were only heavenly humans here. There were no other races, such as angels and vampires. Ye immortals sat high above and looked down at everyone. In the face of the current situation, what suggestions do you all have? Speak. Ye immortals said. Immediately, the powerhouses of the heavenly human tribe spoke one after another, expressing their thoughts. Some suggested that they should hold back for the time being and slowly develop and accumulate strength. At the same time, they should also search for the human monarch's heart. Some suggested that they should directly send troops to destroy the demons first, then the rebels, and then the quasi-immortals. The 2 sides disagreed and quarreled fiercely. In the end, Ye Immortal spoke, and everyone quieted down. Patriarch, do you already have an idea? An old lord of heaven bowed and asked Ye Immortal. He was more shrewd and had not expressed his opinion before. At the same time, he saw Ye Immortal's calm face and knew that Ye Immortal most likely already had an idea. That's right. Compromising your ideas is my idea. Ye Immortal said. Compromising? Patriarch, this junior is slow-witted. How should we compromise? A lord of heaven asked. Demons and rebels must all be destroyed. Ye Immortal's eyes burst out with a cold luster. He continued, do they think that the Heavenly Palace is so weak after the origin tribulation that we can't do anything to them? I want to let them know that they are gravely mistaken. The origin tribulation cannot come out. The Divine Master is the peak. This is the Heavenly Palace, the world of the heavenly human race. It's time to summon those existences. Chapter 4771. Ye Immortal's words shocked all the heavenly human powerhouses present. Patriarch, do you mean the primeval heavenly palace? An old heavenly monarch said. His voice was trembling and filled with reverence. The primeval heavenly palace was the most mysterious of the heavenly palaces. It was also the fifth heavenly palace. This heavenly palace was completely different from the four heavenly palaces that the outside world knew. It was mysterious and unfathomable even in the eyes of many Lord of Heaven. Many Lord of Heaven only knew that there were very few people in the primeval heavenly palace. Terrifying heavenly humans lived there and carried out some terrifying experiments to seal some monsters. That's right. There are some results of the experiments in the primeval heavenly palace. Although they are all failures, they are not very useful in the era when the origin is still around. However, in the era when the origin is not around, these failures will be everyone's nightmare. It won't be difficult for me to gather these creatures and defeat the demons or the Heaven Destroyer. Ye Immortal said. He was the most powerful patriarch in the history of the heavenly human race. All the secrets of the heavenly human race were no secret to him. Many of the experiments were even ordered by him. Patriarch, but the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer is still not easy to deal with. The old Lord of Heaven said. The array formation of the Heaven Destroyer was really a headache. They had been attacking it for more than 500 years, but they still couldn't break it. Now that they didn't attack it, the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer would probably be recharged. It would take a long time to attack it again. By then, even if they could defeat the demons and the Heaven Destroyer, they could still hide in the Heaven Destroyer's base and they wouldn't be able to do anything. So, next, we need to find a way to make a treasure that can break the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer in a short time. Ye Immortal said. Ancestor, may I know what kind of treasure you want to refine? A Lord of Heaven asked. Refining divine thunder. Ye Immortal enunciated each word with a cold look in his eyes. Refining divine thunder? Ancestor, you'll need the tribulation sword, but it's the treasure you'll be using for your tribulation in the future. The old Lord of Heaven exclaimed. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were also shocked. The tribulation refinement sword was used by the Ye Immortal to overcome the tribulation. It was incomparably precious, 100 times more valuable than a top-notch source-grade weapon. It would be a waste to use such a treasure to refine the tribulation divine lightning. One had to know that after refining the tribulation lightning, the tribulation sword would be useless. This was a huge loss. Ye Immortal was actually willing to do that? If the treasure is useless, I can always find another one. Moreover, with my cultivation, I'm still a long way from transcending the tribulation. Besides, no matter how precious the treasure is, it can't be compared to the body of a human king. This time, we must completely defeat Heaven Destroyer and take the body of a human king. Ye Immortal said with a firm attitude. He couldn't stay calm if the body of a human king was in the hands of Heaven Destroyer. Because if Heaven Destroyer got the heart of a human king one step ahead of him, they would all be finished. How long will it take for your blacksmiths to refine the tribulation divine thunder? Ye Immortal looked at the heavenly human tribe powerhouses who were in charge of blacksmithing. If all the materials are gathered, it will take about 3,000 years. An elder in charge of blacksmithing replied. We can't wait that long. I'll give you 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I want to see the tribulation divine thunder. This matter is settled. Disperse. During this time, supervise your subordinates and do their best to improve their strength. Ye Immortal ordered in an unquestionable tone. Yes. The heavenly human powerhouses accepted the order and left. Yi Qiuxian, tell me if you need any resources. Within 1,000 years, you must reach the 9th level Divine Master Realm. After 1,000 years, I'll leave Lu Ming's life in your hands. After everyone left, Ye Immortal said to Yi Qiuxian. Yes, Patriarch. After 1,000 years, I'll kill Lu Ming with my own hands. Yi Qiuxian's eyes were filled with hatred. The various forces in the universe maintained an inexplicable balance just like that. Other than the frequent battles between the demons and the heavenly palace, the other forces didn't have too many conflicts. The various forces were doing their best to develop and improve their strength in this era of great changes in the universe. During this time, prodigies from various forces popped up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Of course, the heavenly human tribe, the quasi-saint tribe, and Heaven Destroyer had secretly sent many powerhouses into various parts of the universe ruins to search for the whereabouts of the human king's heart. There were even some powerhouses who entered the 2/3 of the universe ruins that had yet to be explored. They also took over more territories in the process. Time passed quickly in this state of balance. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years was just the blink of an eye for godly realm beings, let alone divine master realm beings. However, 1,000 years was enough for some peerless prodigies to make huge improvements. Lu Ming was one such example. For the past 1,000 years, Lu Ming had been wholeheartedly comprehending secret skills. With the help of the primordial divine stone and the primordial divine sound, his comprehension of secret skills had improved by leaps and bounds. He had comprehended various secret skills that weren't inferior to the primordial secret skills. In 1,000 years, he had comprehended more than 700 secret skills. The number of primordial secret skills that he had mastered and those that he had comprehended on his own had reached a shocking number of 2,999 secret skills. He was only one step away from reaching 3,000 secret skills, which would make him comparable to the Lord of the Primordial Divine Court. The more Lu Ming comprehended, the faster his speed became. Originally, he could have comprehended more than 700 secret skills in 1,000 years. However, when the number of primordial secret skills that he had mastered, because they were also comprehended from the primordial divine stone, they were also called primordial secret skills here, approached 3,000 secret skills, the difficulty increased. When the number of primordial secret skills that he had mastered reached 2,999 secret skills, he encountered a bottleneck. He had been stuck at the 3,000 secret skill for 100 years and hadn't been able to comprehend it. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he could comprehend the 3,000th ancient mystic skill, transform it into a mystic skill rune and integrate it into his cells, his taboo power would undergo a qualitative change and his combat ability would increase greatly. However, the 3,000th secret skill was astonishingly difficult. After painstakingly comprehending it for 100 years, he still didn't have the slightest clue. It was even more difficult than comprehending the heaven-breaking style and primeval style. However, even if he hadn't comprehended the 3,000th secret skill, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly compared to before. After all, he had gained more than 700 secret skills. The number of primordial secret skills that he had fused with his body had reached 2,999 secret skills. His forbidden power was already very powerful and had increased greatly compared to 1,000 years ago. Naturally, his combat strength had also increased by a level. With my current combat strength, if I use all my means, will I be able to fight against the strongest Lord of Heaven? Lu Ming whispered with a hopeful look in his eyes. He planned to test it out with the bone demon when